Oh, I can't see. Morning.
Hey there. Hi, Catherine. Nice to see you, or nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I responded to your email a short time ago, so hopefully you saw that.
I did. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, good morning. Who else is here? Patricia and Kirk and Vince. How are you guys? Before I forget, Patricia, could you do you know how to rename yourself and add your last name to because for roster purposes, I need to have the whole last name, first and last name on the name thing. If not, when you hover over your little video of yourself, just go to the right and there's three little dots. And when you click on those three little dots, you pull down and it says rename. Otherwise, I can rename people. I have the roster here, but you probably know everyone knows how to spell their last names better than I do, I'm sure. All right. Let's see, letting someone else in. I'm going to join us from my other computer. You'll know why I need two computers in a bit. But for now, I'm just going to set me up so I can only add one at a time. And here we go.
Recording in progress.
All right, perfect. That's me on the other side. All right. Oh, is my video? Oh, my video not on the top one. All right. Move this out of the way. Okay, so welcome to Digital Design Techniques. I'm going to be working with a few people at the beginning, as you know, because you've all read the many emails that I sent you. And then slowly people will be joining us. But so I'm not really going to do any kind of introduction of me, myself, or even of digital design until we take care of some issues with applications and things like that. Now, I know, Catherine, you need to leave for a short little bit, so let me ask you quickly first, then I'll address everyone. Do you have the applications?
I purchased it, but it says it's processing.
When did you purchase it?
Last night.
Oh, yes, of course, then it is processing. Yeah, no, because it depends on the time. Yeah, it can take 5 days to a week or so. So yeah, anyone who's gonna, oops, what happened, Kirk? Kirk got dropped out. Hopefully he drops in again. All right. So that means that did you check on how to get into VDI?
I did, yes.
What's that?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Sorry, it got broken up. So then for today, you're gonna have to use VDI. Today, we're not gonna do anything of huge import as far as yeah, I mean, you definitely need a lot about learning how to do it, but it's not like there's a specific file that we'll create that you can't recreate. We have, this class will be recorded so you can recreate it again, but to even get in and begin to do the work, you'll need to be able to access through VDI. So
okay.
how about you, Patricia? I can't hear you. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I'm a little behind schedule also. So same thing, I haven't successfully logged in down that.
All right, but have you checked in on VDI?
No, I haven't yet.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and work on that a little bit. Hey, Vince, how are you? You're in my in-person classes. Do you also have the applications at home?
I'm loosely familiar with it. I think I need a quick rebrush. They were showing me at the library how it worked, and
But for VDI, you mean? But
yes.
okay. So you don't own the applications on your own computer or the subscription?
No, we log in through City College.
Okay. All right. So you'll be doing VDI. Okay. So hopefully you if you have a chance at some, VDI is great and it's horrible. Meaning it it's great in that it allows people who don't have the applications to have them, right? But it's
Right.
also quite frustrating. It's glitchy now and then it works, now and then it doesn't. It's kind of like, eh. So as long as you're okay that that's the situation, because that's, you know, what it takes, then and it's amazing the fact that we can actually do this from home, right? So it's in
We
the
have a
cons and
DSL
pros, it lasts higher in the pros than in the cons, but yeah, when it gets bad and people are all like having issues with the files, then it's like very frustrating because it really stops the class. So anyway, just being aware of that. We're gonna work on that in a minute because the people who might have problems with that, I told them to join it at 9:15, and then at the very beginning with you guys, I want to talk about Zoom itself. Have you ever shared your screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Know how to share your screen, both of you. Okay. How about you, Vince? Yeah? Know
Yes.
how to share your screen too? Okay. And Jinsu, I know that you're not too sure. I have not seen your screen shared, have I, in the past? Not sure as I have. Usually, let me turn on the chat where you go and talk to me. Oh, by the way, if I'm in the middle of talking and you have a question, you have two places you can talk to me. You can ask me questions, of course, through the chat, which I'm assuming here I am, just so everyone knows around. Hi there. I just wrote hi there in the chat. That's where it is. But I'm also going to be hoping that you raise your hands and then I'll answer in the order of who asked first. So can you go ahead and practice raising your hand to make sure everyone knows how to do that and where to find it?
Oh,
Okay, so if you
Mine
don't know,
doesn't. Usually it shows up by the presenter, but mine doesn't show a raise. Wait a minute.
so head down to all the little buttons that have, you know, basically
Yes.
you muted yourself and start
Yes.
going to the right, and you'll start seeing chat and share screen and so on and so forth. And then you'll see one called reactions, which is the little smiley face.
Oh, reactions. Yes.
When you click on the reactions button, then you'll see a little raise hand, which is the bottommost long button. If you saw that, please raise your hands. And if
Well,
you
it
need,
says reactions says play chime for raised hands or recognized hand gestures.
you don't need to play. It's artificial intelligence saying that if you do like this, it'll recognize, like the video will recognize, and it'll supposedly
Oh,
raise.
there I am.
Yeah, but otherwise it's the bottom button that says
Yes.
raise. Okay,
Now
great.
it's coming
So,
through.
perfect. So Catherine, do you need help finding it? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I thought I just did it and I lowered my hand.
Oh yeah, leave it up then, because I
Oh,
didn't.
sorry.
That's just, this is the part where I do the Zoom stuff, and that's one of the things that I do. A lot of people don't know how to do these things, and so I'm just kind of running through them.
Is it raising my hand? It says I have a lower hand option now.
Yeah, so leave it raised. Vince, can you raise yours? Jinsu, can you raise yours, please? I don't get much response from Jinsu from you usually. Can you, I know that you have to write in the chat that's a thumbs up, okay? A thumbs up disappears in like 3 seconds. So I need you to change that, and at the bottom, Jinsu, where you're doing your thumbs up, go down, and the bottommost big bar, that's the raised hand. Perfect, you found it, great. Catherine, leave your hand up. And I'll tell you why in a minute. So when I then, so like lowering the hand happens 2 ways. A, because you've asked your question and so you lower your hand, or sometimes I need to clear. So you need to lower your hand 60 seconds. Oh, there's that imagined. Okay, there's a message that popped up about lowering my hands. Because now artificial intelligence uses this thing where it looks like this and it says, do you need to raise your hands if that feature is turned on? I find that it's kind of weird because it also turns it off. And I don't want it off unless I'm ready if we're done with your question. Vince, please raise your hands again. Now, reason I'm doing this, that I keep saying, please raise your hands again and leave it out, is because a lot of the times when you're done asking your question, we'll both like you'll lower your hand and I'll lower your hand, right? So I'm gonna go ahead, Catherine, and lower your hand, and then you go and lower your hand. Go ahead and lower your hand. Well, what ends up happening, you're muted again.
My apologies. It went away. When you removed it, it went away. My option
Yeah,
to lower.
But when we're in the middle of class, what was gonna happen, you cut onto it, so it didn't work. But a lot of times what happens is you roll your hand, I lower your hand, and your hand gets raised again.
Oh,
Because they cancel each other out, right? So
Mhm.
and I'm saying this only because if once you're done talking, usually I remember you lower your hand, not always. And then usually you remember to lower your hand, not always. And a lot of times the hand will be up again, and then I'll be like, Patricia, is that a new hand or is it the same hand? And that just basically I'm trying to refer to, it's, I'll ask that. If you've just asked a question, you might have another question. That's great. It is a real hand, but sometimes it's just that we both lowered your hands, right? So anyway, just making that comment because it happens repeatedly in class. So I'll just go, is that a new hand? Okay. Then the next thing is I use a lot when the whole class is here, we have a full class today. I'll be using the reactions buttons again for things where I'm going to say, okay, for example, who's on a Windows computer? Give me a green check mark. Who's on a Mac? Give me a red X, for example, right? So let's go ahead and do that. If you're on a Windows computer, give me a green check mark. And if you're on a Mac, give me a red X. And it's the same exact spot where you just got you raised your hands, but right above it in the middle. So red X for Mac. Wow, I got 3 Mackies here. Leave it on, please. And that's when I keep saying leave it on, especially when it's these. Well, the hand, if you have a question, you stop having a question, you can lower it. Like if I've answered your question in my speech, go ahead and lower it. But the reds and the greens, I usually want everyone to just keep. And as you click them again, they go away. So try turning them off by clicking again and then click them on again. Leave your choice. So a lot of times people click and then click again, not noticing that they've turned it off. Jinsu, I'm not seeing your answers. Can you please say yes or no with the green, no, Mac or PC with the green check mark or the red X? Same place that you raised your hand from, okay? So Patricia, go ahead and turn your no on again for PC. And then as much as double clicking it again turns it off, then you can just switch it. Say that you made a mistake, you can just switch to green. Go ahead and switch to green now without having to turn off the red, just clicking on the other one, it switches. Now, these 3 things that I've shown you, the red, the green, and the hand are really the only ones that I'm going to ask you to use for class. And yes, when I'm being extremely hilarious and funny, you're welcome to laugh and all those kind of cute things, but they disappear in 3 seconds. And when I'm going to ask the whole class, hey, give me Mac or PC, or tell me this or tell me that, I need to see them on so that I see how the whole class is responding, right? So don't turn them off again in that case. And then when I'm done, I'll go ahead and say, okay, I got it. And then boom, see, I've just cleared everyone's and we're back to 0. So the main thing I'm going to be doing all the time is saying things like, have you, so I'll be explaining something, I'll demonstrate it a few times, and then I'll have you guys do it. And then I'll say, okay, if you're done and everything is good, give me a yes. If you're having any questions, issues, or whatever, give me a no. And then I'll start addressing the people with no. Okay, how can I help you with this and that and so forth? So then they need to stay on until I see all greens, then we move on. Does that make sense? Okay, so now, if you've taken a class before on Zoom, that's great. But the issue is usually people have people have taken classes where they're doing, I don't know, history or painting, where you just watch the screen and you do something on the side or you study. But in this case, you're going to have to be opening applications and using them and watching me on the same screen. So if you have, perchance, 2 screens at home, like you have someone else's laptop, even if it's your old laptop, if you have a dual monitor situation, if you can connect to your TV and your laptop with just buying another cable, any situation like that, that would be ideal, where you just put me on one, or if you have an iPad, for example, and you put me on one, you connect one time to Zoom with the iPad or the other laptop, and watch me on that one. And then on the one that you're working, you connect to Zoom again. So you basically will show up twice. You'll see a lot of people do that. And then, and that one you're doing the work. So that's the ideal situation. Now, if you're in that situation, go ahead and raise your hand. Tell me that's me. I can do that. No one is saying yet. Oh, there we go, Catherine. Okay. So when you come back, go ahead and make sure you have both connected. And as I said, connect to Zoom on both of them. Just find my email on both of them and connect to both of them. Okay. So then that's it. You don't need to worry anymore because it's the best situation. Now, I'm going to share my screen, and what I'm going to have you do now is try to see me, and you do the same thing at the same time. So right now, here it is. I'm sharing my screen, and I'll be demoing something, and this is just the City College website. But suppose I'm demoing something here about Illustrator and Design, one of the things, and at the same time, you need to be working on it yourself. So I need you to first of all, when I share my screen, a lot of the time, and even when you start Zoom takes over the whole screen. It tends to default to full size, full screen size. So the first thing you need to do is hit the escape key, the top left of your keyboard, hit the escape key. So you kind of provoke that disconnection. That doesn't mean that it disconnects per se. Sometimes it does, but most of the times what it does is now it gives you permission. Go to the edge of your screen and grab that very edge, and you won't see it, but your mouse will turn into two-headed arrow just when the tip of the arrow points to the edge of the screen. And then you can grab and kind of drag it in and make me and my share occupy only half of your screen. This is for people who only have one screen to see me. And then when you're done and it worked, give me a yes. And if it's not working and you need help, then speak up. Okay. Or if you're not going to do it, Catherine, because you're going to set up your two computers, then just give me a yes, because you're handled, right? And at this point, it's only a few of us, so you can just speak up and tell me what's happening. Just, so if you mute yourself and just say, well, I'm not sure what you're talking about, or it's not working, or, so Patricia, how's it going? Are you able to do this?
Yep, pretty straightforward, yeah.
Me on half, okay, so then give me a yes, okay? So that's an example, again, I'm practicing. I need to know you're taken care of, and I move on to other people. So Vince, how about you?
I have you on the top right, and then I have City College in the middle, which is a big giant screen. So it's like,
okay, so do you have space on the other side of the screen to open your own browser now and go to the SBCC? Same with you, Patricia, everyone.
oh,
That's the goal.
okay.
Right now we're opening a browser, but later you'll be opening Photoshop or Illustrator or InDesign, and you need to see me.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So I have two separate.
All right, now I am going to have us go to our browser. I'm going to have us go to the same place to get class files and everything. So this isn't just for show. I need you to open a browser and go to SBCC. Here we go. Kurt's coming back in. Okay, there we go. Hi, Kirk. Nice to see you again. Was it did you just have to leave, or was it a Zoom glitch, or just to know what's been happening? I'm trying to get.
Sorry, I went and did the VDI, so maybe I don't need to be here until 10.
What's that till 10? Say that again.
The email said, I already did that VDI thing and I'm all logged in, and so it said,
Okay.
then you come to the meeting at 10.
Oh, I hear you. Have you never in classes with me before, so you don't know where my files are and all that? So hang in a minute. Don't leave yet, because I'm about to go there.
Yeah, I don't have any files.
Yeah, so just hang in there. Okay, so right now, have you ever shared your screen before, Kirk?
I don't just push the share screen button.
Yeah, well, are you on a Mac or on a PC? See,
Yeah, I'm on a Mac.
okay,
I'm
because when you're
not
on a
really a
Mac,
Windows person, unfortunately.
me too. I'm a Mac. Well, I'm bilingual, but I'm a Mac right now. And when you're on a PC, it's just pushing the buttons. When you're on a Mac, you have to do permission. So if you've never shared your screen, I need you to run through it. So I'm going to run through it for a minute now with you. But there we go. Hi, Amy. How are you? let me open, I'm opening the roster here for a second. Here we go on the side. Okay, so, I'm gonna put this out of the way. So when you, get my, let me go back and greet Amy for a second. Hi, Amy, how are you? I think,
Hi, I'm good. I'm here a little bit early, but I was in your class before. I've got Zoom, no problem. I'm going to do the same thing and do it on 2 different computers. I'll do Zoom on my laptop here. I'll work on my Mac.
and you remember all the sharing and all the lifting your right finger and green, and yeah, so perfect. Awesome. Give me a green so I know you're taken care of and I don't have any more questions. I'm checking in with Kirk right now. So a couple of things we just ran through is all of the reactions, reactions buttons. Do you know, Kirk, how to raise your hand if digitally? If so, can you please raise your hand?
No, is it one of these buttons at the bottom?
Yeah, so go find the one that's the reactions button with the smiley face.
Okay.
And there you go. That's a raised hand. Perfect. Now, a lot of the times what I'll be asking people, for example, things like, are you Mac or PC? And so if you're Mac, give me a yes. If you're PC, give me a no. So do you see the yes and the no's, which are a check mark and an X? Go ahead and click on Mac for yes for Mac or no for PC.
On these buttons at the bottom?
On the same buttons, the raise hand that you did right above
Oh.
it is the green and the red.
Under reactions?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
oh, okay.
That's a thumbs up, and the thumbs up disappears in 3 seconds. So that doesn't work. Underneath the thumbs up, you'll see the green and check mark or a red no. Can you choose the green check mark, please?
Yep.
Great. So that's how it's going to be. Whenever I say, okay, I want to make sure everyone's got this or that or whatever, I'll ask you to keep it on until we're ready to move on. But if say that something changes and you want to say no, then you can just click on the red and it'll switch to no. But for the most part, I want people to keep them on because there'll be things like, I'm gonna wait for the entire class to answer. And then if you turn it off and I look up again, then, you know, so no one should turn these on and off until they're done. An example is I'm gonna ask everyone if they know how to share their screen right now. And if they need to practice, then I'll have them practice. So if you've already shared your screen, so this is what I'm gonna clear your answers right now. So no one's answers are up anymore. And if you're comfortable with sharing your screen, go ahead and say yes. And if you need help with sharing your screen, I'm gonna walk you through it. So you mentioned Kirk not having done it before though, so don't say yes right now because we just mentioned that you hadn't done it. So, okay. Oh, Vince, you're doing it. Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm supposed to share, or
No,
I thought
you
you said
weren't.
that.
No, that's okay. That's okay. You're doing it. You can do it, and your computer set up correctly. Just wanted to show how, because Kirk, you weren't here when I mentioned this, but I need you to be able to have. Oh, now you opened it up more. You were fine before, where half of your screen was showing your browser that I had asked everyone to open. Kirk wasn't here when I said that, and the other half should be free for you to open your own browser, right? So you need to be, so when you share a screen, we don't see your Zoom, but you need to have about half your screen open
Okay.
to see my demos. You can't have me tiny, like when I'm talking, you have to see me pointing to the buttons and doing the
Right.
work. So I need to be big-ish, but the other half has to be free for you to open the same application. And you're gonna have the application 2 times, me demoing and you doing. So you have to see what he had, that he had half of his screen with an application. That's what you need to do now. And the sample I was giving was the browser. So open a browser and go to SBCC. And then when I'm gonna share my screen, you'll have 2 SBCC browsers. So first, let's practice sharing your screen. Kirk, can you go to the share screen button? And since you're on a Mac, if you've never shared your screen before, you're gonna have to do some permissions. So read to me anything that you see. That anything that comes up, read it to me and don't do anything other than that. Okay, now go to open system settings. Perfect. And it looks like you have it on yes for that. Okay, that should be good enough. Now, you can turn the system settings off. Right now, click on that little window. And then I see that you have a lot of other things open. You see on the dock, you have little black dots on a whole bunch of apps, and I recommend, we're gonna be opening some really intense applications and or VDIs, so I recommend you try to quit everything, all your applications, and leave only a browser up, because we're gonna go to SBCC, okay? So you know that that's really a bad way to quit applications. Stop. That's only like if you're in real trouble. Go to the dock for a second. I teach all the Mac classes. Go to the dock and say, go to Apple Music that has a little dot there, the little thing. Up there, yeah, right click on that icon. Do you know? Yeah, and no, right click. I'm gonna use a right click a lot, and if it's
What is
not
it,
enabled-
control?
Yeah, so are you on a Mac or on a, sorry, are you
I'm on a
with
Mac, yeah.
No. But are you with a mouse or with a touch laptop?
Touch,
What's that?
touch, yeah.
Okay, so then it's 2 fingers down. There you go. That's it. And then go to the very bottom of that thing and say quit. Perfect. And go do that to everything. 2 fingers down. So it's a right click. Yeah, 2 fingers down and quit. That's the other one is like suddenly disconnecting, turning off your anything by unplugging, which can cause huge issues when you do the force quit. It's only when there's like a freeze or something like that. The Finder you can never turn off because the Finder is your computer running, right? But you have both Safari and Firefox running. Keep one running because we're going to use it now. And then down in the bottom, you have Pages and Word, and if it just, other than Zoom and Finder, should be only the things running other than that. All right, just because otherwise you're going to have a real issue with, okay, so now is your screen showing me in about half of your screen and then your browser on the other half? Yeah, so you need to move this browser and move it kind of halfway so that you can see me really clearly and you really clearly. And this is filling your screen right now. So where is, since I don't see your Zoom, where is your Zoom right now? Kind of make a movement with your mouse. Can you
Where's
see
my
me?
Zoom? I don't know. I just have the VM Horizon thing up now.
Okay.
And then
Alright.
I have like little boxes of you
Got it.
guys.
Perfect. Now, yeah, you're in VDI already, which is wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to stop your share. Great. And leave it there. Now, let me see. Patricia, you said yes, or do you want to practice sharing your screen?
Can you practice?
Okay, go ahead and click on the share screen button. If you're in the Mac and you've never shared, read to me all the little yeses, you'll windows. So go ahead and go to the green button first. And then once you see the green share screen button, there's another window pops up and you need to go to the far right at the bottom and there's a little blue button that says share with white letters.
Okay, I see now. So share screen,
Okay, and now it'll probably say something about your system.
full screen mode, share individual window.
Just share that entire screen. I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never seen that. So you clicked on the little blue share with
Yeah.
letters,
Yeah,
and then what's coming up? Because I've never.
and settings. I'm in settings.
Oh, you're in settings. Okay, yeah, it's supposed to take you to settings, right?
Yeah, share screen settings. That's where I'm at. Okay.
Now go to the settings and you should see you're in the privacy section of your settings. Do you see the word Zoom somewhere?
Yeah. So when I share directly to a Zoom room, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, you're in a different place. The same
Oh.
room, wherever you're doing, not in the same place I am. So leave whatever you're doing, quit or and let's start again. Let's start again. What you're saying shows me that you're not in the right place. So go back to the green button and tell me, okay, I've clicked the green button.
I
Share.
clicked it looks like a little shield with a check mark. Yeah. So I checked that. Okay.
No. It's a green button on the bottom that has an upwards pointing arrow. That's the share screen button. So it's not the shield that you're talking about way up there. It's at the bottom, right next to where you have the chat or the reactions. There's a green button that says share screen, like way at the bottom where you mute yourself.
Yeah, I see mute. I see stop video reactions, apps, whiteboard notes.
And you don't see a share screen.
Mm,
So start from the left, mute, then what?
okay, yeah, share screen. There it is. So I expanded it. There's share screen.
Yeah. No, because otherwise it's hiding under the three dots, because if you don't see it, then you go to the three dots at the end, which gives you more buttons. But okay, you got it. Okay, share screen then.
Yeah,
Then at the bottom right is a little blue button with white letters.
got it, share, yeah.
And it's working. I guess you've done it or something because the permissions are done. Good, it's great. I'm seeing your screen. Now, I am seeing your screen full size, right? Like I can see that you have your your website filling your screen,
Right.
which means that the Zoom when I'm sharing, when I'm on my Zoom is probably kind of hiding or minimized, and you're gonna have to open, minimize your Zoom browser to fill half of that. So your own browser should be only filling about half of your screen. So grab it from the edges and just kind of pull it in a little bit.
Shrink to meetings box, yeah.
All right, now I'm going to share mine. Okay. And I need you to open your own browser and go to SBCC. And now you should have on your screen two SBCCs, mine as demo and yours. Okay, so everyone please go to your browser, open up sbcc.edu. And then once you have both SBCCs next to each other, right next to each other, then give me a yes, like you've completed that step. All right, Kirk, you raised your hand.
So your screen is filling my screen, so I don't know how to open another browser.
Great. So, oh, that's true. You weren't here when I said that. I forget that you left. Go ahead and look at your keyboard and find your escape key, which is the top left ESC key, and click on that escape key.
Okay.
After you hit the escape key, for some people that already makes the window smaller, and for some people nothing really happens yet. Now you need to take your mouse to the very, very edge of the screen that is filling your screen and kind of point to the very edge until you'll see it turns into a little double-headed arrow. Once it turns into a double-headed arrow, you can click and drag it in to make it fill only half the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
Yeah. By the way, guys, this is the hardest part of the entire class, right? So if this is frustrating, bear with me because it's the only time I can't see your screen and you can't share Zoom. So we have to do it just by talking it through. And yeah, it takes a little bit to figure this out.
It's smaller
Okay.
now. I can open another browser now. Is that what I need to do?
Okay, so if you moved me out of the way, now open your own browser. Like you had a browser open, right? Because you had VDI open.
Well, I have a
So to
VDI.
open another tab. Okay, so you have a VDI open, keep that open.
Okay.
And then open another tab, because in another tab, you can go to sbcc.edu. And then you should be able to see both my Zoom and your Zoom. So everyone, once you have two windows open, give me a yes, okay? Vince, you seem to have.
No. Okay, my reaction thing is somehow frozen. It doesn't want to, and I'm thinking maybe because we've got all of us going, or because I now have the other screen, but I'm on a DSL, not a Wi-Fi, and it's not.
Okay, just so you know, no, I can have 30 people in here and everyone can use these things. So it's not about who was on. So when you say you say you're on a DSL connection, and that might be we don't know yet, but it might be an issue with Zoom. And once you begin opening all the applications and you're going to be on VDI, it might slow things down. But when you say it's frozen, you go and you click on
I click where it says reaction. It has a
Reaction.
checkbox. It says recognize hand gestures. And it
Okay,
used to
say
be,
yes. Go ahead and say yes or whatever to that.
yes, and I click on it, and then, but now there's no box that pops up, which allows me to choose the hand gesture.
Oh, because now it's only going to, well, raise your hand and see if it recognizes your hand gesture. Raise your hand, like physically, do like this, and it's not recognizing it. So then you need to turn that feature off. Yeah, I don't know anyone for whom it's worked, actually. So then can you maybe right click or go into the settings? Because right now, what does it look like? It just says reactions and
Go
nothing.
to reactions, and it says play chimes for raised hands, or the one below it says recognize hand gestures.
Okay, can you say no to that?
No, you click on it, but is what in the very beginning, when we first started today, you would
Yeah.
click on it, nothing happened, and out of nowhere, then it started working, but now it's not.
Well, then since you're on maybe it's because you're on DSL, I've never had anyone for whom it, like you're just, guys, I've been teaching on Zoom for 4 years, so I kind of know all the variations, but this is the first time I've heard that. So, just-
DSLs are much stronger than DSL is much stronger than a Wi-Fi.
oh, it's the other way around. Oh, when you said DSL, I thought you talked about the plugin. No, what's DSL then?
A
When you said
cable, where you've
Oh,
got
no.
the
cable is Wi-Fi. You're plugged in through cable, but DSL would be through the phone system versus through
I'm not using a Wi-Fi as often a week. It gets a weak signal, so we've got a hard cable coming into the computer,
okay, but that's still okay. Got it. It's fine. I get what you mean. You have a cable, which is
like a broadband.
versus, yeah, I thought you meant dial-up is what you said
Okay.
before. Okay, because some people still have dial-up. Okay. So then, yeah, go into the settings. You can go and I'm gonna stop my share for a second here. And you can go, let me see, how do you go to the setting? Go at the very top where it says Zoom. And you'll see that right under zoom.us, you can go down into settings and it'll take you to the settings, and maybe you can fiddle around with the whole reactions button thing in the settings and have it turn off the recognition. Because yeah, you just raised your hand and it didn't recognize it. Now I want you to have the buttons. All right, I'm not seeing yeses on anyone. So has anyone completed being able, this is until we get through this, we can't move on, because then I start teaching and then people go, I can't see you. So I need to make sure that if I share, and let's go ahead and I'm going to do this. I'm going to share, I'm going to go ahead and put on Photoshop, for example, right? And I'm going to share Photoshop because right now I need us to have City College. We're going to go get the class files from there, right? But at some point you'll have opened your VDI or your City College. Like I still need to teach you VDI. I'm trying to get through this as quickly as possible. Having to repeat things a few times isn't helping, but by the time everyone shows us at 10, everyone should be ready to go on VDI, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and share this time my Photoshop screen, just basic Photoshop screen. And I'm going to go ahead and saying, okay, click on new file, open this, make this, see that, right? And so I'm gonna be showing this kind of stuff. Now, how can you do this yourself if I'm filling your screen, right? Because at the same time that I'm showing this, you have to be doing this as well. So hopefully this is more clear what I'm asking you to do. I'm going to be saying, okay, click on default Photoshop slides. You'll click on, you're going to say create, you're going to say create. And you should have me demoing this and you doing it at the same time. And then when you did it, you give me a yes and we move on to the next step, okay? So now, can everyone open? And since some of you don't have Photoshop yet, or you haven't gone into VDI yet, I was saying, Kirk, you do have the Photoshop open. I saw that screen. So can you see me and your Photoshop? Do you have us? Do you have two of us on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so if so, you're set. Then go to the reactions button and give me a green check mark. Amy, I think you already knew how to do this, so maybe you've stepped out because you did it before. Patricia, how are we doing?
I do not have a VDI on my computer.
Fine, but do you have a browser and a browser?
Yeah.
Two browsers, okay. Give me a yes then. I need everyone to get that when I say give me a yes, I need it to stay on so that I know to move on. Vince, how about you? And it's hard when I'm sharing my screen to find that yes sometimes. That's why I want you to find it again at this point. Vince?
I mean, I do see, I can pull you to the far right, and then I see the big screen with the white board in the middle. Your demo board.
Okay.
And then I need to read.
And then can you open your own VDI? You said you know how to do VDI, right? You've already done VDI.
I've had a little bit of training. They showed me at City. Okay.
All right, so I'm going to switch and I'm going to show people how to get onto VDI now.
Okay.
For those of you who don't, and please don't leave Kirk, although I know you're already on VDI because there's other little things that'll come up in the middle. Let me clear your feedbacks. And let's go ahead and I'm going to click, make a new tab on your browser. And then we're gonna go to vmview.sbcc.edu. And I'm gonna go ahead and put the link also in the chat, so you can just go to the link that I'm putting in there, if it's any easier. There's the link. Oh, let me. There we go. So if you want to click on the link that I just sent, or if you want to go to just vmview.sbcc.edu. Once you're here, give me a yes. Amy, if you're there, can you remind me if you have your own applications, if you're on VDI? I saw you turned off your yes, so I have a feeling that you're somehow in the area. All right, so, but Patricia, you're there. Jinsu, are you using VDI? You can answer in the chat. I don't remember if you have your applications or not from last class. Okay, I'll wait for you to answer in the chat. All right, so then what we're gonna do is, if you're gonna use VDI just today because you're buying the applications, thanks Sans for answering, Jinsu. So then go into VDI. Then if you're gonna forever use VDI, you might as well click here to download the Horizon client, and then it just downloads as an app, and you can install it as an app, and it might be easier instead of having to do this each time. Or you can check here to skip the screen to always use it as a native client. Now, if you're just gonna use it today because you're just trying to use it until your applications come in, then let's click on this side. So if you launch it down there and download it, do that after class, do it on your own. For today, either click on this one if you're always gonna use VDI, or on this one if it's just for today. It'll take us to the same place, okay? I'm gonna click on this one. And it's gonna take us to the City College sign-in place. Oh. I did ask you to please make sure that you set up your two-factor authentication if you're gonna use VDI. Did everyone do that? Oh, and Catherine isn't gonna be here until later. Okay, so 958-412, 958-412. So what I'm doing here right now is the whole two-factor authentication setup. Patricia, did you set it up?
Not yet. Not yet.
So then you have to go and do that whole setup before you can continue. You
Okay.
can't use VDI until you have the two-factor authentication set up. I'm gonna go ahead and log in, and I'm gonna try to find the instructions for you to do that. But because we're a little bit behind. Anyway, we're just behind. Okay. And then once you get in here, which I guess at this point is only Patricia, because Kirk, you're already in there. Vince, where are you at?
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Okay, hold on, student.
Just tell me where you're at. Speak it
Oh,
up.
it says full screen. Click OK to grant permission. Okay. Oh, no.
Okay, when you get to this page, whenever you get to this page, click on the student desktop. I'm gonna go ahead and wait before I move on because I need to get Patricia to do her two-factor authentication. So do you see the instructions for doing that, or do you need help with that?
It's just so you username, password, create that. Is that what you're talking about?
Just say that one that it says. I just repeat, you said it fast and I didn't hear you.
So create username, password, you mean?
Create username, but you don't have a pipeline account? You don't know it already?
I don't know it offhand. Like it's been a long time since I've logged in here.
Okay, so then I can't help you. So you don't know your pipeline account password?
I'm gonna look it up. Up in my.
I'm explaining because I can help you with everything except for with your password.
Right.
What I'm trying to say, no, what I'm trying to say is
Oh,
I
no.
don't have when you can't remember your pipeline password, you actually have to get help from people at the front desk, whatever, that give you a code to have you retrieve who you are. And that's the piece that I can't help with.
Okay, no, I'm gonna,
Oh.
I have an avenue for that.
Someone was about to speak? No. I heard someone say something. Okay. Yes, Vince?
It gave me the choice when I first started that. Oh, now it looks like it's coming on. I'm just,
Can
it
you-
says NVIDIA control panel.
What says that? Where are you trying to do that?
It's
It says-
welcome to Google Drive. Now it's,
Hold on. Are you inside VDI or not? Don't
I
sound
did,
Right.
I said I went to student. It said,
student. Okay, so it says welcome to Google Drive.
yes,
You have to sign in again with your entire pipeline email. Okay, so you're a step ahead of what I'm showing. So you need to sign in with your whole Giovanni at
So go
sbcc.sbcc.edu.
back to sbcc.edu.
You know what? Hold on, because you've gone past me, then wait until I show it to you. I'm still trying to help
Okay,
Patricia. So Patricia, are you gonna try to recover your password? Is that what
Yeah,
you're doing?
I'm trying to recover my password right now. I have it in my email.
Go ahead and let me know where you're at when you're there. Okay,
Okay,
go ahead and turn off your yes, because that kind of tells me you're ready and you're-
okay.
Okay, and then I'll keep checking in with you. All right, so Vince, when I go into student desktop,
right.
I will.
Yes. That's what I was going through.
Okay, good. So then we're gonna wait for that. This is the only part that takes like 30 seconds or whatever, this blue screen. And the rest of the class flows. This first part is the one that's the hardest, trying to get everyone up to speed with all the different technology bits that we need before we can actually start with the class. So, and as I said, because it's about Zoom that doesn't share itself, it's the most frustrating part because I can't visually help you. When you're stuck with InDesign, you'll just share your screen and I'll help you. When you're stuck with Photoshop, you'll share your screen and I'll help you. But when you're stuck with Zoom, I can't help you. So it's very much talking you through it, and it's
Is there any way they can move the class so that we can also go in person? Or they just
Nope,
don't have
this
any
one's
class?
only- Yeah, your other class you're taking in person. This one's only on Zoom. Amy, yeah, what's your question?
Yeah, this is
My fair-
interesting. On this computer, I just want to know what the VDI login is, because it does not, maybe I'm typing in the wrong username, but I'm typing in one that worked before. So that should be my pipeline, or do I have to have my full pipeline email address?
Let's look and see what your username is. A Reinholds, or however you pronounce it.
Yes.
A
So
Reinholds.
I don't have to have the rest of the email address, right?
Username, like for the SBCC, is only A Reinholds.
It's for
yes.
the, can you remind me what it went to something else? The URL I need to go to is vmview.sbcc.edu, is that correct?
It is there. And if you go to the chat, I put the link in the chat too. If it's not working, go to the.
Okay, well, I can do it on, I was just trying to do it on this other computer, so.
Okay.
There's
Well-
something that's not working for, oh, it's because I have my one-time password.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what it is. So I've got to get it on my computer. I mean, on my phone. Okay. Sorry, I was in the other room
That's
and
fine.
now I see what's going on. So yeah, I just have to authenticate. I should be fine. I'll catch up.
One more thing though, Amy, if you say you're
Yes.
using another computer, you should be joining me on both, okay?
Yes, I
I
understand.
can help you.
Okay.
All right. How are we doing, Patricia?
I'm good. I'm at the mobile authenticator enrollment.
Perfect. Yay. Vince, are you in? You're in VDI. Yeah, you told me you're in. So let me share my screen now, so that, because I believe this is what you were asking about. I believe you're asking about,
Yes, I want to get to that point, but I'm at the thing,
this
I'm
one,
at, it says, welcome to Google Drive.
this one, the one that I'm sharing right now. This is-
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So when you get here, and actually Kirk, when you got here, did you sign into Google Drive? Because I know that you're in VDI, but did you sign into Google Drive already? This question's for Kirk. Are you still there? Kirk? That's a yes. I'm assuming that's a yes for yes, you signed into Google Drive. Okay. This is the only crucial part. Every single time you turn on VDI, you need to sign into your Google Drive, and then at the end of class, you need to sign out. It's the one thing you need to do each time. And then next time you sign in again and sign out, because otherwise the files show up as corrupted. So over here, you're going to go ahead and say get started and then sign in.
Oh my.
Click on sign in. And here under email or phone, this is where you use your entire email address, not just your username. So you're going to use your username, whichever one it might be. For me, it's DE Musacchio, and then you're going to go at pipeline.svcc.edu. The entire thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so username at, I'm putting it in the chat.
I have a quick question. When it comes up on that part that you're at and it says full screen, click OK to grant permission of full screen. Do I say yes or no? Okay or cancel?
I just don't, that's what you're talking about is what I've never said. When does it say full screen? Like, are you
Yes.
here? I'm not seeing what if this would say full screen. So what, is there a message popping up? saying-
Yes, it pops up and it says full screen. Click OK to grant permission of full screen, okay or cancel.
I don't want you to go full screen because then you'll stop seeing me. So I would say cancel.
I see. Now it hit. Okay. Now I'm signing in. Okay. Got it.
Put in your whole thing in there. I don't want you to go full screen because you need to see half of me and half of you, right?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll say next. And then over here, you'll go down to sign in. And finally, you'll get success. You've signed into Google Drive. So this is our goal. Once you get to this place, then you can completely close. And no, we do not want you to do the Google Drive. So just click out of here. And just say quit. And
I have a
then
Question.
box and quit that box too. So at this point, you should be here. And the little Google Drive icon should be lit up like that here in this.
I am just.
If you click on this. Okay. So at this point, I'm going to stop my share and ask for people to start sharing their screen so I can help you one-on-one. So someone just said, I just have a question, a female voice.
Yeah.
So who was that?
Um,
Patrick. Okay, where are you at?
So when I'm at the portal guard, portal access. And it says, enter, what's enter the OTP it generates in the field below to finish enrollment.
So Vince, I'm gonna stop your share because I need Patricia I see you're in, okay? But I
Yeah.
need Patricia to get in. So I'm gonna stop your share, Vince. Give
Okay.
me a second there and can you share your screen, Patricia?
Yes, one moment.
While she's doing that, I was gonna say that's the same thing I had, and it's the one-time password that's on your phone. So you need to find it from your phone.
My email.
I just needed to see, okay. So now, when you did the whole sign in for VDI, did you give them your email or your phone number?
My email.
Okay, so then it's a bit more complicated because you have to go to your email now. And you
Okay.
have received an
Got it.
email
Got
that
it.
has 6 numbers.
So it might be in my email from Santa Barbara City College.
Yeah,
Okay. Looking.
well, whatever email you gave them. What email did you give them? You had to write in an email. What email did you put in there? If you put in your personal email, put your personal.
I just put username, password. I just put username, password. Actually, I did not put in my full email. That was what I used to get in here. Username, password from SBC.
Got it, but looks like you set up your 2-factor authentication, and when you set that up, it asks you to put in your mobile phone number or an email. Did you give them a mobile phone number or an email?
I think I clicked mobile.
Then go to your phone and check your messages.
Is it there?
It's much easier to do
Oh.
it with. And you should have a message that says, here's your one-time passcode, and it has 6 numbers.
Nope. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
go ahead and cancel, because that way you get a new one. Go ahead and say cancel and try again, and let's see if it sends you a new code. So now sign in again, say login.
Password login.
Mhm.
Oh,
Hold on. You must enroll in one of the 3 methods below. So phone, okay.
That's
say
phone.
And say
Yeah, that's phone.
continue. Okay, say continue.
Yeah. Oh, there it is. Show.
You don't need to show password because we're being recorded, but
I'm
that's
sorry.
all right. And that's fine. Now go down to phone number and put in the phone number.
Yeah, okay.
Mm.
This is so hard.
That's
Okay.
One time, once you've done this, okay. Now go ahead and say save up there. That way you don't have to do this again. The thing that's popping up, it says save password on the far right. Yeah, go into the word save. Go down into the words, you must have Zoom in the way that it's hiding it.
Zoom's in the way. I have to move you over.
Yes.
There you go.
Zoom.
Okay.
We go say
Save.
save for that. Okay,
Yeah.
great. Now go down to this 2-factor authentication and go to your phone now. And you should have gotten a message if that's the phone that you gave them.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and so there should be 6 numbers that you need to
Yep,
type.
got it. Okay.
Perfect. And now you say login.
Yep. Accept. Yeah. Okay.
And just say accept. And now perfect. Phew. It's the
Oh,
Uh,
time.
yeah, that's okay. That'll happen. You'll do it again. Sometimes you need to sign in twice. So try it again now. Go to VME again. Click on that again. And Amy, I see you joined us with your second computer, so that's great. Good. Now click on student desktop. Okay, and this step, I'm going to stop your share because it takes a while. No, okay, so this is the full screen that you were saying, VDI. Click to permission. Just say cancel because we don't want VDI to go full screen because then you wouldn't see me. I was wondering what that was that Vince was saying, and that's it. So go ahead up there and wants to manage Windows on it. You're just say block. Okay, and now this will take a little bit, and then you'll finally get into Windows, which there it is. Okay. All right, here the 10 a.m. people are showing up now. All right, there you go. Now wait it for a little bit longer and then you'll get the welcome to Google Drive. So hang in there, okay, until it's there, and then I'll walk you through that. Hi, Shelly, nice to see you. I'm glad you could join us.
Hi.
So I'm helping some people here. We're almost done with getting everyone into VDI. So Vince and Kirk are there. Patricia is in. Amy, how are you doing? Are you in?
I'm in. I'll mark my checkbox.
All right. So in a little bit you should get the welcome to welcome to Google. And otherwise you can go find it. But you know what? Since it's not popping in, go down to type here to search on the bottom. Oh, there it is. Hold on. It just takes a little bit to kick in. And go to get started at the bottom right. No. There on the big thing that says welcome to Google Drive. Yeah, get started. And then say sign in. The blue button that says sign in. It says sign in to get started, and there's a blue button that says sign in. Can you go find in? You're way up there. Go to the big white box in front of you. That one, yeah. Sign in. Okay. Now there, you need to put your entire username at pipeline.sbcc.edu. Nope. Your username at pipeline. Your username, your school username. Probably P Wood. Let me see. No, it's P.A. Dalton. pa.dalton@pipeline.sbcc.edu. All right, all the way to the bottom. I understand. All the way to the bottom, sign in. Yeah, because you just created your account. So, okay, and now you're done. So now you can close this window. From the top, there's a little X. Okay, great. You're ready to go. Now I'm going to stop your share because that where you're at is where you should be. So I just, by looking at your roster, I'm noticing that I would not have let me see. Okay, Dalton. I've never had someone whose last name and username are different. Is that probably when you said you've had it for a long time before you changed your name? But that's fine, because as long as the roster says Wood, I can recognize you. All right. Cool. So now everyone who's here is into VDI. Shelley, you have your own applications, right? I think this time, until other people show up, this is it. Everyone has their own, everyone's on VDI. Okay. So, great. So I'm going to have us all go to get class files. So, if you're in VDI, leave VDI as is. So let me share my screen. You're going to leave VDI. That tab is now showing you, Windows. And in your case, you already have Photoshop open, Kirk. I believe that's what I saw that you had open. You might as well close that. We're going to work with Bridge first, or you can just wait. But the whole point is that I don't want you to leave this tab. And it's very easy to suddenly now go somewhere else and leave this tab. And then you'll have to sign in again. So what we're going to do next, you're going to open a new tab. Okay. And depending on what browser you're in, a plus sign somewhere else, but you're going to keep that one. And in this new tab, there you're going to go to sbcc.edu. So now we're going to go find the folder that has all of the handouts and class files. And you can do this outside of VDI, okay, on anyone's browser. And so once you're in this, hi Libby, can you hear me? There you go. Nice to see you again. So Libby, I'm just taking everyone over to the handouts, the class files. So if you want to do that with me too, remind me, do you have your own applications or are you on VDI? I can't hear you.
I have everything on my own Mac.
Okay, great. So now you'll have to download them onto your computers. Okay, so let's go over to the big old P for pipeline. And since you were just signing into VDI, you probably go straight in. You don't have to sign in again. Now, before I continue, because this is the part where people get lost, give me a yes if you are here on this page. If you have entered pipeline on a separate tab and you're here on this page, give me a yes. And everyone has to do it, not the ones who think I know. I can't see you, so I need to see a yes. Otherwise, I start asking people individually, okay? All right, so perfect. And I do take a little bit of time to figure out. Sometimes I'll say things like Amy or Shelley, because I might be looking at your second screen, although I can see that you're on the first one you said yes. Every now and then I'll say something like that and you'll go, no, I said yes on my other screen, but I don't always get that. Okay, so now let's go to the word student and then down to student resources. All right, so hi, someone just joined us, but I don't know.
It's Moni.
Who it is. Oh, it's Moni. You have this interesting.
I know, sorry, that was my work.
That's fine. Thank you. Now I get you. I'm like, excuse me here. Okay, perfect. So go to student resources, and then in here on the far right, you should see this thing that says Google Drive. Okay, so I'm going to clear your answers just to make sure that I see all the time and go to Google Drive. Moni, I'm taking everyone to the handouts, which you know where they are, and I want everyone to download class files. Once you get to Google Drive, if you've never used it before, like I'm sure Patricia, you're gonna be getting a big old welcome or that kind of thing. Just kind of say okay to all those things. I don't know about you, Kirk, if you've used it before, but just say okay to all those. And then on the left side, I want you to find the word shared drives. Shared drives. Once you found your shared drives, you should see in here something that says digital design techniques. If that's where you are, I want to yes. So I want everyone to be here. Okay. So Vince, you still can't say yes to me with the computer, huh? That's
Yeah,
weird.
it doesn't want to. I go to more, recognize hand gestures. I don't know.
It
It was
doesn't,
work.
and you can't turn off the recognize hand gestures choice. You don't see reactions at all. So weird. All right, well, never mind. Whenever I see you, I'll say, and you'll just do what you did, which is give me a thumbs. As long as I see you, it's hard when people don't turn on their videos, and I don't know what's happening. Since your videos are there, you can just tell me.
There. Now it's
Okay.
coming up. It seems like I have
Oh,
to open this. I have to justify it and open it full, and then it works. But
Okay.
anyway, so that's what I'll have to do. So that's fine.
Raise hand. Can you say yes then? You do have available to the green check mark then? If
It
you saw
looks
the
like
hand, you
it looks like it works once I go out of 50/50 screen into full screen, wait a few seconds, and then it seems to when it works.
okay, well, good. So then if so, then go in and give me a little green check mark just to test that you can find that one too.
Green check.
Whatever you do. The green check mark is a yes. Otherwise the
Oh, there. There I
okay.
am.
Great. All right. Hi, Julia. How are you? You're muted. If you're trying to say hi back, I need to make sure that your sound is up and that I can hear you. So, Julia, you just joined us. Go ahead and you can unmute yourself to say hi, or if you can't say hi, then go to the chat.
I'm trying. Sorry, it was giving me an alert until I suspended the alert. It wouldn't let me say hello.
Oh.
Thank you very much.
I always have to wait for a second until people figure it out. So great. Nice to see you. Julia, have you taken one of my classes before?
I have not. I've taken digital painting and I have the Adobe and Photoshop suite.
Okay.
So I'm very interested to find out. I've never used InDesign.
Okay, no, that's great. I'm not yet at asking whether you know the applications. I'm just asking whether you know how to get to my class handouts and stuff like that, because I didn't recognize your name. I have another 2 Julia students, but I thought unless they change your last name, it's not you. Okay.
Oh, okay.
That's great.
Good.
So the reason I'm saying that is I'm gonna just stop for a second and show up because I'm walking people through how to get their class handouts. So can you open a browser and head over to City College and once you're inside of the pipeline, if you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
do that and let me know. Okay, so for those of you who said yes and turned on your yes already, if you turned it off, that doesn't help me. So like, I think Patricia, you had said yes, so go ahead and keep the yes there. And Libby, how about you? Are you in the handouts already?
I'm just pulling them up right now.
Okay, that's good. All right. So I'm going to share my screen again. Julia, let me know once you get into the pipeline and then I'll tell you where we are. Meanwhile, I'll continue with this page. Okay. So when we get to digital design techniques, we're going to double click to open that. And here it is. This is the place where you're going to get handouts, files, a whole bunch of stuff. Now, many of you have, this thing, if you've never used Google Drive, this kind of thing opened up, eating up a bunch of your space, which we don't need. So if you have something like that, you can go to this X and get rid of it so that it opens up and you have more space to see what's in here. Once you get here, if you are going to use VDI, you do not need to download the class files. You do not. So anyone who's going to be using VDI from now on does not need to download the class files because you're going to get them through VDI through the Google Drive that we just signed into. But if you have your own applications at home, your own subscription, and you're opening from your own computer, which I know Moni, Libby, looks like Julia, then you need to go to this folder that says Spring 2024 download Digital Design Techniques, do not double click, just where it is, right click and say download. Now, some people already went and double clicked because that's when I say go to it, they double click, that makes sense. If so, and you're in here, then you need to back up one over here to Digital Design Techniques until you see the folder again, and then right click and download. So this is just for people who own their own subscriptions or who people who are thinking they're going to buy it. Oh, shoot. And if you're going to buy it, then you need to right click and download, because maybe by next week it'll be up and running, which I know Catherine, although she's not here right now, she'll be back in a sec. So Patricia, you're not planning on buying it, right, at this point? Or were you one of the ones who was planning on buying it?
Not gonna buy it.
Okay. It was just Catherine who said that then. Okay, great. All right. So Julia, where are you at? I want to.
I'm in pipeline. Did you want me to go to Canvas or?
No, we're not using Canvas in this class. So if you're in pipeline and
Yeah.
you're in this pipeline, go to student and
Okay.
student resources.
Okay.
And now on the far right, you'll see Google Drive right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Click on Google Drive, and then it'll take you to Google Drive. And then over here, you're going to click on shared drives.
Okay.
And you should see Digital Design Techniques. Go ahead and double click on that and open it. And since you do have the applications at school, at home, you'll have to download this one. So go ahead and do a right click on this and download this folder that says Spring 2024.
Got it.
Okay, great. So looks like everyone has either downloaded them or doesn't need to download them because they're on VDI. Now, still, everyone needs to know how to get here, because this is where you have a bunch of files that we're going to be using. The files that you have here are support for the class, right? They're not necessarily handouts that you need to have in a folder or anything like that. But here, for example, I have what it would cost if you want to buy the whole applications. I kind of sent that to you in an email. I'll have some things that is just much better for you to read them if you want to. Actually, this one is an old one, so let me just move that one out of the way. So if you want to read this stuff, you'll learn much more. There's only a few that I'm going to have you read for sure. One would be the graphic file types and file formats. They are a bit repetitive, but they explain things in a different way, and some people get it more from one or for the other. But the other one that I'm going to want you guys to read over here is the new pixels, image size, and image resolution. Now I'm going to give you a couple of weeks to read them. I'm going to be talking about, we have 5 classes, right? But we also actually have 6 weeks because we're going to have spring break in the between. So I'm going to expect you not next Friday, but by the following Friday to have read these things that I'm telling you to read. I'm going to send you an email with this information too. But how would you do that? Well, you can double click on this and it'll open up, and you can just read it from here if you're interested, or you can go to this little arrow and download it, and it'll download into your computer. You can also just right click and download from here, and it'll download into computer, and it's a PDF, and then you open it from your downloads folder and you read it. But you don't need to download it. You can just open like that and just, read it here, whatever is more comfortable to you. Some people really like to print their stuff. If you have a computer, please do so. This one's like 13 pages though, so you might want to see if reading it is good enough. Yes, Vince?
Do you have any videos that would coincide with this that we could watch? That would help us even further than in addition to the reading?
Yeah, I can point you to some videos, but for the most part, just so you know, this whole class, now a lot of people are here, I should tell you, this whole class is going to be recorded. Is being recorded, not is going to be recorded, is being recorded. So you will have the recording of this available for you all the time, anytime you want to review it. Let me just show you how you'll do that. So we're going to scroll up to the very top again. And the third folder, after the first 2 folders, it says Zoom class recording links. You see that?
Yes.
Go ahead and open that one. Double click to open that one. And every week after class, I will come over here and I will put next to the date a link to this class recording. But you won't have it till like Saturday morning. Hi, Dorothy. Nice. Glad you joined us. So in the when you get here Saturday morning, so today's Friday, so by Saturday you should have a link here that when you click on it will take you to the entire recording of this class. Now, just so you know, it's the entire recording. So for example, right now it's 10:17 a.m., 10:15 a.m. and the class started at 9. So if you want to start reviewing something that I'm telling you right now, you should have a notepad next to your computer and say, oh, she's talking about such and such tool or such and such feature that I want to review. Just write down 10:17, right? And then when you go to the recording, you can scroll to about an hour into the class. Does that make sense? An hour and 15 into the class, because there's no way otherwise for you to know. You'll just have to scroll through everything to find the thing you're going to find out. So remember to maybe say, oh, it's 12 p.m. and she's talking about yada, yada. Then you can go, okay, 9, to 10, just scroll in 3 hours and that's where you go, because it'll be the entire 5 hours of the class that you're going to get on this link. Does that make sense, you guys? I'm going to clear all feedback. Any questions about that before I continue? Now, over here, I want to make sure that everyone got here because I'm going to show you a few things. First of all, again, if you forgot how to get to VDI when you need to review it, you either have the links in the email that I sent you, or here you have how do you get to VDI, how to do the two-factor authentication, how to download your class files, which is what we just did. Oh, by the way, Dorothy, we just downloaded the class files. You know how to get to the handouts, right? So this is the folder that you need to download. Go ahead and do a right click and download this spring, the spring 2024 download techniques. Go ahead and do that because you have the applications on your computer. I know. All right. Now, the next few things that I need you to do is we're going to do these two things. So all of this, yeah, Vince.
I'm sorry. I am in that digital design spring 2024 downloads.
Mhm.
And then it says missing files, replace fonts, SK newsletter, which gets me to that screen that
So
you were most recently.
You double clicked and you're in here. Now you need to back out because this is not where we are. So up here where you see this, go ahead and click on the word digital design techniques again.
All right.
To back out. You went
Okay.
into that folder and
Yes.
you don't need to be in that folder. Now you go down here and here's the Zoom class.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Let me just, some of you guys are
Yes.
seeing
Yes.
files
Yes.
this way,
Sorry.
and some of
Okay.
you are seeing them this way. And I'm just saying because this is another way that the files can show up either as names or as icons. If you're seeing them this way, then you're seeing a little, preview of each one of the handouts, which is fine too. If you're seeing it this way, then here it is. This is the Zoom class recording links that you need to open up, and here's the folder, right? So you double click and you get to this again. Anyway, whole point is that once you get to this one, I'm going to talk about the class Padlet in a minute, but before we go much further, I'm going to give you guys a minute to please click on this thing that says class survey. Click on that. And this is also, so you see how these links work. You click one time and then you click one more time. That's how all these work on the Google Docs. And then that'll take you, in this case, to this survey. So I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to fill this out. And then we'll continue. Okay, so if you haven't been able to open the class survey yet, let me know. I'll walk you to this link. Other than that, if you are filling it, once you're done filling it, give me a yes. So I'll know you're done. And once people are done, I will move on.
Deanna?
Yes.
So I can't remember I think I don't know if it's just telling me that it's recognizing me from the last time I took the class, but it says, oh, you already submitted it.
That's fine. So then you already submitted it.
Oh, you know what? It
Unless you have
says
it
fall 2023. Let me.
Could be that that's what you're seeing because I just adapted the same form and it's the same link. And so that's fine. Unless you have new goals or something like that, then you can submit another one. But I think, I think you already have done this and you have your info. So anyone who's already filled this out, since it's the same link but updated, you can add more stuff or you can just not fill it out right now, but everyone else, please fill it out. The most important ones are the last two questions. Let me just interrupt for a second because I know when you're thinking. The last ones are, do you have a project or goal in mind, or are you working on a project? And the more you tell me about those things, the better it is. Because if you're working on a book, or you're working on a website, or you're working on marketing, or your job made you suddenly begin to do newsletters and stuff like that, and you have no idea how to, like, tell me what you're up to and why you're taking the class. Then I do a lot of pointed comments like, oh, for a book, you would do this. Oh, for a website, you would do that. You know, like I need to know what you guys are up to so that I can support you the best way. I even direct the class. Like if a lot of people want to do things that are print is different than if you're doing web. So I kind of need to know what the general group is doing. And then remember to give me a yes when you're done with your survey. Vince, since you just give me a thumbs up and I don't always see the people, can you use this time to go find, because if you're able to raise your hand, you should be able to give me a yes. And I want you to find.
There we go.
No, so that's a raised hand. It means you have a question.
Oh,
Right
no.
above the raised hands, there's a little green. Okay, that's the top, which is a
Hold on.
thumbs up. In the middle, you see a green round circle that has a check mark in it. In between
There,
the
they're
thumbs
there.
up,
Yeah.
you raise hands. There you go. Perfect. So now that's when I say yes or no, the no is on the right. So go ahead and go to the right and give me a no now. And there you go. So now whenever I say give me a yes or a no, those are the two that I want you to use. Okay.
Hey, Deanna, I can't find the survey.
Yes, Dorothy?
I can't find the survey.
Oh, okay. So did you get into the class files yet?
Yeah, yeah, for the Creative Cloud. No,
Okay.
yeah.
No,
I
the
am in,
digital design tech.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm in
So
the-
go down to the
uh-huh.
first handout after the two folders. It says Zoom class recording links. Do you see that?
No, I'm in the digital design techniques. The first on
And
the
you're-
list is to catch up
Yeah, and then right under that,
is the download digital design
Okay.
techniques.
one more under.
No, my Photoshop shortcuts.
Okay, so you're probably not looking at things by name. So click on this word name here so that things kind of help you organize by name. And then this little arrow will have them be in starting with a W, which is the last one, or if you click on this arrow, they'll start with A to Z, except that I've faked the name for Zoom to be the third one up. And then it starts A, B, C down that way. But that one will always be at the top. Did
Okay,
that work for you?
yeah, I'm there, but I don't see where the survey is.
Okay,
Is it in alphabetical order? Is it survey or what?
it's in this file, so you need to open this Zoom class recording links. So double click on this one,
Oh, the Zoom class recording.
and
Oh,
then
okay. You
this
got that?
class survey,
Mhm.
the link for the class survey is this last one right there.
One at the bottom.
Okay,
I think so. I think you're in the way, so I can't see it.
all right, so go ahead and,
Okay, wait a minute. It's HT, is it the forms?
yeah, that's the one.
Forms, okay.
Okay, great.
All right, I think I
Now,
got it.
Just leave it open, Dorothy, and then as I explain other stuff, when you're done, go and fill it out. Right now, I'm gonna continue because I have yeses from almost everyone. So
Okay.
just take your time, leave it in an open tab and, do it on your own, on your time, so to say.
Okay, thank you.
all right. You're welcome. Okay, so, ready. So now we should have class files and we should have, everyone who's on VDI, please go back to VDI, your VDI tab, and do something there for a second, like access it. Because otherwise it forgets that you're there and it signs you out. We need to go every 15 minutes or something, do that. So I just went back into VDI for a second here. And I'm gonna do that.
Back in VDI.
And I'm gonna share my screen. So yeah, if you're back in VDI, so this is only for people who are in VDI, you already have the class files in that Google Drive that you connected. So just to make sure that everyone has Google Drive connected, click on this little arrow right there. Way at the very bottom right, you have a little arrow, click on that, and you should see this little icon for Google Drive. Right there, it should be brightly lit. Once you click on it, if it's not brightly lit, is you haven't connected yet. Once it's brightly lit, you click on that. It should show your school account, like username, pipeline, and everything. Your files are up to date. That means that your files are good. That means that you're good to go. So you can just kind of click away and it'll disappear. So I'm gonna clear your answers now. And I'm gonna stop my share. And now everyone is ready to go. Now, I am missing a lot of people. The roster has 28 people and I am not seeing them. So after all my emails telling people to come to class, I do not know what's happening. I'll have to contact people individually, but I'm just gonna move forward. This is it. After Catherine, who's gonna join us in a minute, and one other person who told me they can't make it today, but they've been in my class before. So we'll see if someone joins us next week. I'll ask them to watch the recording, which is in a way why I'm saying this, because if you have to miss a class, like Catherine said, she had to pop out for an hour and then she'll be back. Please tell me those kind of things, like email me and let me know just so that I'm aware of what's happening, or let me know through the chat if you need to disappear and come back again. And yeah, things happen. People have lives, jobs, kids. And so if you need to miss a class, there's two big requests that I have. First of all, you're expected to watch the recording to catch up. You have a whole week so that by the time you join us the next week, you've seen everything. And yes, you can have questions about it, but if you completely don't watch the entire recording, then you will not know where we are, right? And we'll have to go backwards in time. So make sure to watch the recordings. And if you missed the last hour, you left an hour early, watch the last hour. If you missed the beginning, watch the first hour, et cetera, et cetera. So that's a requirement. But if you need to miss the entire class, because for some reason, I don't know, you're in Fiji, things happen, then I have a request. Do your very best, if possible, if whenever possible, to connect to the Zoom anyway, even if it's for a short time. So say that you're traveling to the airport because you're about to take off, you can use your phone, check on the email link and connect through your phone to Zoom and just sign in. Here's why, because if you sign in and you hang out for a few minutes, first of all, if you can listen in, it's better than nothing. But if at least you sign in and your name appears on the records of having attended and you watch the recording, then I'll go ahead and give you attendance. Now, why is it important to give you attendance? Because this class, if you don't show up to the Zoom, I can't say you've attended, even if you watch the recording. This class is free for you guys because it's subsidized by the state. The state only subsidizes these non-credit classes according to people who have attended, not people who are registered, right? So if you are here, but you're, say 17 people are here today, and next week we have 15 people, the second time we only get paid for 15 students. So if you're watching the recording, we don't get apportionment. The less money we get, the less chances we have to offer these free classes. So that's my request, that even when you need to miss the day or part of the day, to do your best to still sign in. And ideally, and that's one thing. But also the other way, this class is graded. Now, when I say graded, a lot of people start freaking out because that's why I'm taking non-credit classes, because I don't want to be graded. But no, in fact, it's a pass or no pass grade. Pass or no pass in the sense that this is part of a certificate. And some of you guys didn't know it was a certificate and you just want to learn and you don't care, you just want to learn. That's fine. But then just fine, don't care. But for everyone who does want a certificate, you need to pass the class. And how you pass the class is with attendance and active participation. So what's going to happen is even if you miss the class, when you watch the recording, I'm going to expect you to do the work and just post it. And I'm going to tell you now how to post the work that you're doing in class, because everyone's going to have to do that so that I'll know that you're keeping up. Okay. The only way I can tell when you're online, if you're doing the work, is by seeing your work. And I can't have everyone share their screen all the time. So say that you're working in the background doing great. I don't know that, right? And so when you're done, you're going to do a screenshot of your screen and you're going to post it into a Padlet. And in that Padlet, I'm going to see your work. So that's what we're going to test next, the Padlet. So in the same Zoom, I'm going to go back to the handouts. So in the same handout that I had before, you'll see that right above the class survey, it says class Padlet. And it doesn't matter what a Padlet means. It's just an app where we're going to post our screenshots. And so I'm going to teach you how to do a screenshot and how to post a Padlet in the Padlet. So first of all, you can go to this link and click and go to this link, or I also put it in the chat. If you go to the chat, I also put a link there for the Padlet. I'm going to click on that. And here we go. Here is our class Padlet. Now, while you guys are getting here, give me a yes if you made it here. I'm going to show you an example of other class Padlets so you have an idea of what I'm talking about. So here I have my, Photoshop class Padlet that I was teaching up until the last day. So I'm going to scroll to the very bottom. And this is basically what it's going to look like. People are going to be, it's not resolving yet. Let it resolve. I think when I'm sharing my screen, it takes longer. There we go. So the way it's going to work is we're going to be doing work, right? So this is an example of that class where people do the work. As you can see, this is pretty long. And at the very bottom is the very beginning of the class. And that's what we're going to do today. You're going to do a screenshot of whatever you can find and post it, just to know that you know how to do that. And then as class goes along, I'll be saying, okay, do a screenshot of this, please post it, do a screenshot of that, please post it. And then ideally, you will all be, the perfect example here is Shelly, who was in our class today, where she actually writes a lot of the steps that it took to get here. And that's a really great way to remember and practice what you're doing. So anyway, that's fine. You can also just write screenshot, right, of a move tool. But ideally, the more you explain yourself, the better for you. But all I need is your screenshot. Also, what I want you to be able to do is to put in here any homework that you do or class files that you do on your own, or any project that you're working on. So then when you put this in there, and I'll show you, but you're putting in all the work information, like all your layers and stuff, then I'll see your work. And then if you're stuck because you're trying to get her eyes to show better, it's not a class file, but it's you practicing. Then by showing me the layers, I can go ahead and give you an idea of how to make that work and stuff like that. So anyway, I'm going to go back to our class handout. Digital Design Techniques is totally empty. Oh, there you go. Shelly and Moni have already posted in it, but they know how to do this. So let me show you how to do this. All I need you is to screenshot anything that's on your screen right now, including the same Padlet. If you're on a Mac computer, you're going to hold down in here instructions in case you need to, but on your Mac computer, you're going to hold down the Shift command and then tap the number 4. Shift command and tap the number 4. And your mouse will turn into a little crosshairs. And then you can select an area. I'm going to go ahead and select this and let go. Once you do that, once you let go, you'll see that your computer is saved a teensy little screenshot, and it's saved straight to your desk, straight to your desktop. If you're on a Windows computer, on the other hand, you're going to hold down the Windows key and Shift and the letter S. Then you'll get the same little or similar screenshot, except for everything kind of goes ghosted, goes kind of gray, and you're going to click and drag across the area that you want. And then instead of making a file, it'll go into your memory. It'll just be remembered. Okay. So that's how you make the screenshot, either PC or Windows. once you've done that step, you're gonna head over here to this plus sign. Hi, Anai, how are you? Nice to see you again.
Oh.
We're gonna click on the plus sign here. And we're gonna write your name. See how Shelley and Moni wrote their names? The subject is really gonna be your name. Otherwise, I don't know who posted. And then if you're, and then you're gonna click in here. And if you are a Windows user and it's in your memory, you can just you can Control V or to paste that image in there. But if you're a Mac user, we're gonna go find it. We're gonna click on this little icon there, the first one, and it's gonna open the Finder window, and you're gonna go to your desktop, and in your desktop, you're gonna find the screenshot that you just took, and open that, and it'll be, there it is. That's my screenshot, is how to make a screenshot. And then you'll write something here if you want to, especially if you have a question, if it's something you've done at home and you want to tell me about it. And then you'll go up here to the top and say publish. Okay. So now I published, Libby, Shelley, and Moni have published. I want everyone to go through the steps, and if it doesn't work, let me know. So, okay, Kirk.
Yeah, I'm on a Mac. I'm not familiar with Windows, and you're kind of going kind of fast.
Fine.
Um,
That's fine.
you said there was a plus sign. I see a plus sign next to the word new.
Okay, so
on my-
hold on. Let me just show you. First of all, I always demo it one time, okay, fast, so that people kind of see the entire process. And then I go step by step again, okay? So don't worry, it's not like I'm going to zoom through. If there's one thing that people know me for, is for the fact that I don't leave anyone behind, right? So just, this is for everyone who doesn't know me, not just for Kirk. When I first demo, so you have an idea of where we're heading to, just watch, and then I'll go back and we start doing the steps again for anyone who needs to work on the process, okay? So you said you're on a Mac. So did you do the screenshot, or do you need help with that?
I have a screenshot. I know how to do that, yeah.
Okay, so for everyone, here's this will say always at the top. So every time, if you forget how to do a screenshot, you'll always have the pointers right here. Now, on the same window, at the very bottom right, you'll see a plus sign right there. But when I hover over it, it turns into a pencil. So it's kind of like not really always a plus sign. Do you see it? Can you find it?
No, I'm on digital design techniques and all the files.
Okay, so then you need to go over here and click on the class path. Are you in did you come to the Zoom recordings file yet?
I did click on the Padlet, I thought.
So go ahead and do it again. Click on it again, because maybe it just went.
I don't even know how you got there now. I'm on those files. How do I get back to where I click on Padlet?
You are here right now?
Yes.
Files? Okay, so Zoom class recording links, double click.
Okay.
The important links, just so everyone knows, when you have to remember, they're all here. The recordings, the Padlet, anything you need to do during in between week is all in this folder. You double click on it. And then here we go. This is the class Padlet. Did you find
All
this?
right. Okay.
Cool.
And now click on the plus?
No, now you click on the link and you get to Padlet. The Padlet is where you do the plus. So first you click on this and you will be taken to Padlet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Once you're
there.
here, yeah, you go to the plus.
The plus in the middle of the bottom of the.
It's in the bottom right always. Bottom right. Let's click on that plus.
It's bottom middle.
Well, maybe on yours isn't bottom middle. For me, it's bottom right.
don't
As
know.
long as it's a plus sign, it doesn't matter. Click on it.
It's got like a red circle color around it.
Yeah.
Maroon.
Yes.
Perfect.
All right.
Good. And now it'll say subject, put in your first name. Or if there's two Kirks, right, in class, put two. Like sometimes I have two Lindas or two Amy's, but I don't think there's any repeated names here. So that's good. Anai, by the way, hi. I know you've just joined us. Can you remind me if you're on VDI or if you have your own applications on your computer? And you're muted, by the way. So if you're speaking to me, I can't hear you. So let me know, because if you have your own applications, I need you to download the class files. So And I also want to hear you because I don't hear you yet. I'm not sure then if you can hear me. If you can't hear me, I'll write to you in the chat, or you can write to me in the chat. Okay. All right.
Diane, do you know where do the screenshots, where are they saved? You
Okay,
know?
if you're on a Mac, the screenshots are saved on your desktop. Okay, so when
Okay.
you go over here and you open a Finder window, you need to just go here to the left and click and find your desktop.
Okay.
Desktop, it will be there.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, great question. Okay, oh, looks like she had a bad connection because Anai isn't there anymore. Hopefully she'll come back in again. Sometimes when you can't get audio and things to work, you kind of leave and come in again, and sometimes that kind of fixes it. All right, so I'm seeing your shots come in. If I don't see it here yet, I'm going to suppose that you're having questions or need to know how to do it. But once you've done your post and you see it popping in, then please give me a yes and tell me that you're done. Let me see, I see you there, Libby, I see yours. Kirk, yours showed up. There's Vince. Okay, Vince, yours doesn't have a screenshot on it. So this will get up.
Okay, let me, no, I can do it with my snipping tool, sir.
Okay, no, but hold on.
Yes.
Yes, do it whatever way you want for the screenshot, but let me just show everyone. If you ever don't get your photo in, or if you just want to add, now you want to start writing some notes to it, go over here where you see 3 little dots, and when you hover over it, the edit word turns up, but it's only there if you hover over it. You click on edit, the thing opens again, and now you can keep writing or you can keep posting, okay? And then you just hit update. So if I were to add something to mine, I would hit over here, edit, and then I would add something to this, to this. I guess it would be good if I didn't make a typo.
How do I?
Then I'll just hit the
Oh,
word.
I see.
Okay.
I get it. What?
That's how you add or. Okay, so let me see. Libby, Shelly, Moni, Julia, Amy, Patricia, Dorothy, and Kirk. Am I missing anyone? Vin.
There.
And okay, and Jinsu, can you please try to post your stuff? There you go, Vince. Perfect. I see yours. And Patricia, can I help you, or do I just not see it? Let me refresh. Oh, there it is. Patricia is right in the middle. Okay, great. Looks like you all posted. All right. So I'm going to keep giving you this link in the chat. As we're moving forward with the class, I'll be giving you this link, and then we'll be posting in here. And this is just the yes, I can use it kind of moment that we just did. So whatever you posted is fine. And now we're ready to start with actual with a class. Okay, so I'm going to close. I did this so many times that I have this all open 85 times. Not with the class. I mean, this was part of the class, but we're ready to actually design techniques. So now we've set up how the class works. Everyone has the class files. Everyone has VDI working. By the way, if you're on VDI, please go back to it again. And again, just click in here, type here to search and type, and then don't do anything. But just keep it alive by doing something on it. And just clicking in here and doing this and then deleting it, that's enough for it to stay on and stay alive. Okay. All right. So I'm going to have both my Photoshop, so both my applications running on VDI and on my, hold on, I see a question. So yes, Kirk?
So you said click on VDI, and I clicked on VM. I think it's the VDI, and it says I've been disconnected.
Okay, so if you've been disconnected, just go ahead and connect again. And hopefully we're going to cross our fingers that the class files are still okay because you were just disconnected. The only issue with being disconnected is that sometimes the class files will appear as corrupted. But
how do I connect again?
Yeah, so go back. It just says you've been disconnected. That's
it's Horizon. I'm on this Horizon thing says.
So actually share your screen because I don't want to guess. And this is a good example if it's easier to have you share. For those of you who are new to me, you might think that sharing is slower or something like that. And in fact, it's always much better to say. So go back to the student desktop then, okay? Click on the student desktop that you see kind of down. Yeah, there you go. Click on that. And it should try to connect again. And there we go. And hopefully all is good still. All right, perfect. So sometimes I need to see where you're at for me to be able to help like that. And it's so quick to share. And this is just because I have a lot of new students who don't understand this and kind of resist and want to know, I don't want to share. It's the fastest way. Whenever I say, listen, just share, I'll like that. I'll say, I'll see it, click, go on, and then the class moves forward. And you go, I don't want to interrupt the class. It's much faster to share than to be either stay behind and not know what I'm doing, and because you don't want to say that you don't know. And it's also, you know, takes much longer when you're 10 steps behind than when you're one. So if I say, okay, if you're done and it worked, give me a yes. If it didn't work, give me a no or raise your hand. I truly mean that. I'll help you, we work through it, and we move forward. Okay, so that's really the format of this class. So I won't leave anyone behind, but it depends on you to tell me that you're behind, like you didn't get that. And it's okay. There's people here who've taken this class a few times. There'll be people who are going to be faster than you, and there's people who are complete beginners. And that is the way the class is, and that's okay. It's okay if you're the one who's always asking the questions, because that's the way you are. That's okay too. I'll try to move faster your questions enough that the class doesn't get held back, but sharing your screen, which a lot of people resist, is like, don't resist, just do it. That's my only thing, just do it. I didn't ask you, Julia, have you shared your screen before?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're good with that. All right, good. So everyone's good with sharing, everyone's good with everything else.
I'm sorry, I think sharing the well, I think, isn't there just a button? Yeah, share content. You just press share content.
You go to share screen and then you share again. If you're on a PC, that's enough. But if you're on a Windows and you've never done it, sorry, if you're on a Mac and you've never done it, then you have to give some permissions in the settings. Are you on a Mac or on a PC?
I'm on both. I'm on my iPad Zoom with you, and I see a share content.
Okay.
And I don't, but that doesn't, maybe that's not what you're talking about. Yeah, my Zoom's on my iPad right now.
Right, but here's the thing. Thank you for saying that, because you weren't here the first part. If you're working on a Zoom, an iPad to see me, which is great, and on a computer for work,
Yeah.
please connect to the Zoom 2 times. You will notice here that Amy Reynolds is here 2 times, Shelley Willis is here 2 times. You know,
Okay.
because then when you get stuck and I see share your screen, you can share it, and it's the one you're working on, right? It's not the Zoom where you're watching me, it's the one you're working on, okay? So go find your email on the computer working on, connect to Zoom, and then you're set, ready to, and then if you need help sharing, I'll show you how to share on that one, because it's different than sharing on an iPad. And it makes no sense to share on an iPad because you're not going to be doing the work on the iPad. Does that make sense?
Sure.
So, okay, perfect. I'm glad you said that. Okay, guys, now it's time for a vote. This is a long class, and it kind of runs roughshod over lunchtime. So there's 2 ways we can do this. We can do 2 15-minute breaks, or we can do like a 10-minute break and a 20 later for lunch, or a 5-minute break, you know, for restroom needs, and then 25 minutes for lunch. So, you know, we can break it up in different ways, because, you know, we want to make sure that everyone's brains are still on straight and you get to walk. You're in your own home, so you're welcome to get up and walk around whenever you want. Refresh our brains. So would you prefer 2 even breaks? Give me a yes. Or would you prefer 2 uneven breaks where we have a short one and a long one? Then give me a no, which, as you can see, it isn't about yes or no. It's about red answer means you want a short one at first and a long one later for lunch. Green means yes, I want 2 15-minute breaks and same amount of time. So yes is for the first one, no is for 2, a short and a long. And everyone needs to vote, because otherwise we don't know. So again, yes, if you want 2 15-minute breaks, no, if you want 5 and a 25, or a 10 and a 20. 10 and a 20 tends to be the best.
So red is,
10 and 20, like the uneven. Red is uneven, and yes is 2 15s.
um,
All right, so 2 15s is green.
red
Okay.
is uneven, right?
Looks like most people have voted, except for the second computers, and uneven wins. Okay, so we're gonna go with uneven. Now, of the uneven, one more choice. Do you want to do 5 and 25? Give me yes. Or do you want to do 10 and 20? Do you want 10 and 20? Give me a no. So 5 and 25 is yes. 10 and 20 is no.
10 and 20, hold on.
5 and 25 is yes. 10 and 20 is no. Okay, this one's a bit more even, so let's be going there. Most people are saying yes at this point to 5 and 25. Okay, so we'll do a 5-minute break. I know some of you just joined us, but that's okay. Today it's uneven. In the future, everyone will start at 9 as of next week. So we're gonna do a 5-minute break now, and then we're gonna regroup, and then we'll do a 25-minute break later.
And this class ends at 1 o'clock?
Well, 1:45.
Oh, 2, okay.
Almost 2. And then I answer questions, and basically we're kind of here until 2. So, but you don't have to, at 1:45 is when it ends. That's when you have to leave if you don't, you don't have to stay later with questions. Okay. So, all right, so let's take a 5-minute break. It's 10:52. I'll see you guys at 10:53. I'll see you guys at 10:58. Okay, be back by 10:58 a.m. I'll write it in there and see you guys in 5. All right. Well, I'm back. If you guys are back, let me know. Give me a little sign of life. Oops, hold on, I left my coffee in the kitchen. Yikes, 1 second. Oops. Okay. Yeah, need my coffee. All right, how did everyone feel about that? Is 5 okay? Too short, too long? You'd rather a little bit more? All good? Give me a yes if all good. Give me a no if you'd rather a bit more. You know, it's all adaptable. I have. Okay, we've got a yes and a no. And since that evens out, I need everyone else to vote. By the way, if you need a bit more time, please take more time. When we come back, I'll just get going and I'll catch you up when you come back. 5 seemed short to me. I'm thinking maybe 10 and 20, but well, since that's what was voted, let's try it. And I'm not getting any more. Yeah, I've seen half and half. Anyway, this time it was 5. Next time maybe we'll just do a bit more, or if it was enough, it was enough. Okay. Okay, great. Got it. I got a message. By the way, I'm saying got it because someone wrote to me in the chat. When you want to write to me something personal, my head is hurting. I need to jump off for half an hour. I'll come back, that kind of stuff. You can write to me directly. But whenever the question is anything that has to do with class, like anything class related, then everyone needs to know what you're asking so that when I answer the question, everyone knows what question I'm answering. So go ahead and write that in the chat and just say to everyone. Okay. All right. Who's ready to start with the actual digital design techniques? We have a few minutes for you guys to tell me, especially the people I don't know, why you're here. Like, what do you want to learn? What is it that you're doing? And it's possible that you can say anything from just like, I just want to learn to, I have this whole thing going on. So I want to have an idea. Oh, it's a pity Julia just had to step out because I don't want to know, but never mind. So I'm just going to kind of call on you in the order that I see you up at top. So Kirk, what is it that basically what you wrote in the bottom of the survey, like why are you here? And what is it that you want to learn?
Well, I'm retired from advertising and I was a copywriter and I worked with art directors and designers and I'm just a creative person in general and always kind of like that part of the business too, that side of the thing, and wanted to do more with it or learn more with it. And I played around with it a little bit, but just like to get better with it, just for self-enrichment mostly. Now that I have time to do stuff, I'm taking a few different classes at SBCC.
That's wonderful.
So it's nothing specific. It's just like knowledge I'd like to have. Like if I ever did, maybe I could become a designer and create some ads or whatever for other people in addition, and then write it as well, do both sides of it.
That's wonderful. I am having, sorry that I'm feeling a bit distracted. Usually I talk about it, but I'm having a huge problem. I have four monitors in front of me. One is my laptop, and then I have 3 that are connected together that I use for teaching, and they are blinking on and off, which has never in my life happened to me, which is it's very scary because I'm not ready to have my computer die on me. Wow. Okay, I don't know if it keeps happening. Fortunately, I have my laptop. I can keep teaching the class on the laptop, but I'm having some real This is really strange. So I'm hoping there, 2 of them came back up. One is not. Hopefully it's just a connection going loose somewhere. That is bizarre. All right. I'll figure out why the one monitor is still not up as long as the other 2 are still up. That's good. I apologize. So I heard that you're marketing. I just wanted to say that that's really great. A lot of the, and in fact, you're retired right now, which, you know, makes sense that you just want to do, you know, more of the whole job. But a lot of the times people here are marketing execs or something like that. And I love it because they don't necessarily are the ones who are going to do the work all the time. But it's really good to also know what you're even able to ask for, because a lot of the times you'll ask for stuff and the designers or the, you know, the creative people are going to be like stumped because you don't understand that this is doable or not doable, right? So it's really good to take it either way, but also to just take on the part of the job that you haven't done. So that's awesome. Great. Thank you.
I have a question. I wonder, do we have a second for a question in regards to kind of what I was just talking about?
You always have time for questions. Go for it.
It's sort of a almost philosophical thing, but none of the professional designers and art directors I've ever worked with have used Windows, and they hate Windows, you know, and I can kind of see why, because Windows is based on Mac, which is very intuitive and very easy for creative people. And you have to be more analytical because Windows is all these, you know, started with all those commands, and it's kind of retrofitted to you know, a Mac format. And I'm wondering, why are we working on Windows? You know, the only thing happens sometimes is there's some kind of bureaucratic people, like maybe at the college, that are saying like, we work on Windows, we're business people, we want you to work on Windows, and graphic designers should work on Macs.
All right, let me answer. Here's the thing. First of all, that's actually kind of so, in the sense that I know quite a few professionals who also work with Windows, but it's when you kind of work in the whole like web design area, when you move into a video editing area and stuff like that, and there's still designers who do that. But not to say that you're wrong. Yes, a lot of us use Macs. Now, the issue with the VDI is that it has nothing to do with, first of all, when you're in Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, we will not use Windows at all. We will just use the apps. And when you're in the apps, there's no difference. And we're going to be using Bridge. So we're not even going to have to use the Explorer Finder. So in this class, it does not matter at all if you're in one or the other. But what it does matter is that people who don't want to purchase the applications, the only way you can do it is by going through the school computers. And the whole system of VDI only functions on a Windows Server system. So that's the only reason. It has nothing to do whether Windows or Mac, right? So it's a whole system set up for the entire college to be able to access applications that happened during the pandemic so that people could still keep going to class. The fact that you can get all the applications is all that matters. Once we open Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, Bridge, you will not even notice that you're on a Windows or a Mac machine. It's just getting there and opening up the files. That opening up not the files, but opening up the applications is the only part of Windows that will matter. So there we go. So that's why. Otherwise everyone would have to have a computer strong enough and powerful enough to buy the applications and to be able to use them in order to participate in the class. So it's more of an equity issue versus designers or not designers. That's it. So in the world of graphic design, print, marketing, that kind of stuff, you're right, it's 99%, I would say, max. But if you guys have a Windows computer, don't feel like you're left out, because Adobe does not care what you're in. At all. All right, so I'm going to be showing that whenever I have to share on the VDI, it'll be a Windows computer, and then when I share on my own computer, I'm on Macs. Okay, so but you'll see that it doesn't make a difference at all. There's one shortcut that I'll constantly say, that if you're on a Mac, you do Control Command, and if you're on a PC, you do Control. That's it. That's the only difference. All right, so when I ask about who's in Windows and a Mac, it's because when you share your screen, it makes a difference. The Mac has to give you a lot more, you have to give a lot more permissions to a Mac. That's the only part of the class where it matters if you're in a Mac or in a PC. Now, if you buy the applications from College Buys, I kind of explained it on that email. You can buy it and have 2 versions installed. And if you happen to have a Mac and a PC, one can go on each. It doesn't matter, right? You can install it on 2 Macs or 2 PCs or 1 Mac and 1 PC. People have like one at work, one at home. You get 2 applications. What you can't do is work on them at the same time, because supposedly it's one thing that you purchase. So if you do this with a friend and you both turn out at the same time, it wouldn't work, right? But as long as you do it yourself, one at a time, you're good for 2 computers. And it doesn't matter, as I said, what operating system. All right, guys, here's the thing. We're going to start with that most people know the least. How many of you have used, and I know that those of you in the class with me have used it before, but in general, everyone, how many of you have used Bridge before? If you use Bridge, give me a yes. If you've never used Bridge, don't even know what it is. But just if you've never used it, give me a no. So that's a yes and a no. And I expect yes to be from people who've been in my classes. And rarely do I get a no from people who are new to me. But do I get a yes? I mean, so, okay, there we go. So, all right. Ben Slibby, I know that you've been in class before, so you've used it, but just try to remember to answer when I ask a question. That way I don't have to stop and ask you. And this one, I know that you've been in my class and you've used it, but for the rest of you haven't. So now we're going to go ahead and open Bridge, and we're going to do that in 2 different ways. If you're on a VDI, which means you're on a Mac, what you're going to do is you're going to head down here where it says type here to search, and you're going to write Bridge. And at the very top, it'll say Adobe Bridge 2024, and you can just click on that. But when it opens, it'll take a little bit of time to open. Then I'm going to show you how to pin it to the taskbar, so you don't need to keep doing this. So for now, I'm going to sit there and let that one open. I'm going to stop my share because it takes a little bit of time. And now I'm going to show you if you're on a Mac. I need to move, oh, that monitor's off. Huh? Okay, let me bring this down. And my monitor's still doing weird stuff. Okay. I'm going to do that on this computer then, just to make sure that I don't have any issues with it. I'm changing computers for my class files, that way for showing you Mac, because I don't know what's happening to my other. It's bizarre. Okay, so I need to go in this computer. I'm gonna have to go get the class files. Give me 1 sec, because on this laptop I hadn't yet gotten them. So give me a sec while I do that. Here we go. All right. Now, why this matters, let me explain what I'm doing. Let me explain what I've explained what I'm doing, but let me explain what Bridge is for. Bridge is a computer, is an app that will operate, in fact, to Kirk's question, as a Finder window if you're a Mac person, or as a Windows Explorer if you're a PC person, meaning it'll help us just find our files. It's much more than that. But one main reason I use it here, in fact, is to equalize Macs and PCs, because everyone will be using the exact same app. And also to get you acquainted with this app, which is tremendously important for Adobe users. Because as its name implies, it's the app that helps us connect both of the, all of the Adobe applications. Now, in this class, I haven't really had a chance to really introduce or explain the class itself. When I started with Bridge, I'm noticing now. This class, what we're going to do is learn how to not use each app individually. I have individual classes for each one to be a better Photoshop user, better Illustrator user, and so on and so forth, a better InDesign user. But this is the class where we're going to learn kind of the generalities of how to create a piece from start to finish and how to combine which one is best to use when do you need to use one over the other, because there's a lot of overlap between what these applications can do. And so we're going to be able to learn a bit about each, enough to complete this class. But some of you are really good in one. I've never used another. I had different people say things like that. And that's the gist of this class. So Bridge is an application that allows us to see our files wherever they are in the computer. And then it allows us to, how do you say, you'll see, we'll open it first, but it distinguishes what applications things have been made in. So if it's a JPEG and you open a JPEG, it knows it needs to open Photoshop, so Photoshop opens. If it's an InDesign file, it opens InDesign. If it's a SVG or anything that's a vector file, it opens Illustrator. So it's and on and on. Any other, those are the three we're going to use, but any other Adobe application, it just directs the file to the correct place. So when I share my screen right now, and I'm on my Mac computer right now, then the Mac and the PC, as I said, everything is identical except for the it looks a tad different on the screen. So I'm gonna show you both, because the working files when you're on a PC, the menu bars show up right here, and on a Mac, as you can see, there's nothing above this. If I share my entire screen now for Mac people, now you will see that I have way up there where it says Adobe Bridge, I'll see File, Edit, View, Stacks. It's up there. That's part of my Bridge application. So if I do File, Open, or whatever, it refers to this. Versus if I'm on a PC, share my PC screen right now. So versus if I'm on a PC, the tools are right above it, right here. You don't have to go to the top of the screen. So if I want you to do File or Edit or View or any of these things, they're going to be right above where Windows ends. Now, if you're on a real PC, you won't see this part. This is just for VDI that you're on a browser. But this is where you'll find all of those top tools. And sometimes we'll go to the word tools and we're going to use this or something like that. And so that's where it is for a PC user. Since I'm on the PC right now, I'll continue from here. First, what we need to do is find our class files. And remember, I just mentioned that what Bridge does is helps you go and find your files from your project. Maybe you have a folder for a particular project, particular client. So you go find it wherever it is on the computer. So when we downloaded our class files, we downloaded them into the downloads folder, remember? So for people who are on VDI, the only difference is that instead of being on a documents folder, your files are in Google Drive. So for VDI people, click on the word, everyone can click on the word this PC, everyone that's on a PC. And if you're on a Mac, you're going to click on the name that your computer's. Oh, here comes Saul. Here we go. And let me first help VDI people to get there, because this is only for VDI. You're going to go click on Google Drive. Now, my VDI people, I need you to tell me if you're following, or if something is, if you don't know what I'm doing, then please let me know. And I believe at this point it's Amy and Vince and Kirk and Patricia from VDI. Yes, Vince, you have a question?
I'm sorry, I missed. How did you get into that? I'm
Did you
still.
open Bridge yet? Did you open Bridge? No. Okay.
I haven't done any of
I've
this. I thought
disconnected.
we're going to go
What?
through it quickly and then take us through it step by step.
So you need to
I'm
type-
in Photoshop.
Yeah, so close photo. I kind of mentioned before that you should probably close Photoshop, but if you haven't yet, that's fine. you can still do Bridge with Photoshop open. We're gonna end up having three applications open at the same time. Head over where it says type here to search.
Hang on.
Write the
Type,
word Bridge.
type where to search.
Yeah, that's what.
Type here to search. Okay. Type
Window
grid.
at the very bottom
Okay.
of your screen, you'll see this is called
Oh,
taskbar on Windows, and it says type here to search. You can write Bridge there. Another way to find apps on Windows, and I don't really need to teach you too much about Windows, but if you go to this little Windows icon and click on that, then you'll see up here all of your applications. So you can find it like that, Adobe Bridge, and you can just click on that right there. Or if you type here to search and write the word Bridge, then it'll pop up right there, and that's what you click. Okay, so either way, whatever you click on it and Bridge will open up. I forgot last time I showed people how to do this a few minutes ago, I forgot to have you say yes. This is a reminder. I need to always check in that you're there with me. So if you've opened Bridge, everyone who's opened Bridge, no matter if you're VDI or home, please give me a yes. If you don't have Bridge open yet, I'll keep helping until everyone has Bridge open. So everyone give me a yes if you have it open. So Kirk, is it working?
Yeah.
Amy, oh, you already said Amy on the bottom. You said yes on the bottom. Hi, Saul. Nice to see you again. I was just showing some of your work. I was showing you a little bit before you come. Vince, did you open Bridge?
it kicked me out and now I'm back.
Do you need help? Do you want to share your screen so I can help you?
Yeah.
You look like you're a bit puzzled.
So no, I think I'm.
That's fine. But what I mean is instead of standing a lot of time being puzzled, just share and then I can help you.
Yeah.
You're right. You completely did get kicked out. Okay. So the important thing is to pay attention when this opens. You have a lot of tabs open. Having so many tabs open also slows down your computer. So I would go in and close a few of those tabs. That way, you know, you can make things. Yeah. That's your browser. You don't. Yeah. Go ahead and cancel that one. Just don't. That way you can see where it says VMU. You can see the green one now, and that way you can avoid. Yeah. Just close the survey and leave those other three. Yeah. There you go. That way you don't keep. Now you can see that it says VMware Horizon, and then you won't close it again. See what I mean? So
I don't need this, right?
Yeah, keep it because later I might ask you to come back to this. So yeah.
Okay, so I'm here. Now you said go. I go to the bottom. I don't see.
All right, so then go to sometimes you have a search instead of a like that little microscope there. No, don't touch that. No, okay, we don't want to open Google.
Okay.
So now that it's opening, you'll have to wait to open, and then when it opens, you need
No, I think I got out of it.
Okay, good. No, it's opening. So go and close it. Yep, that little X on the top. Yeah, close that and close
Okay.
that. Close
This
that.
one too.
Okay, now on the bottom left on the taskbar, it says type here to search.
Yes, Bridge.
Type Bridge in there. And then click on Bridge, yeah. Yep, and then on the bottom, want to keep this change, say keep it, because it's asking you about your taskbar, say keep it. Okay, great. And then Bridge is opening. It takes a little while, so it's opening, so good. I'm gonna stop your share. Did it open for you too, Kirk? Yeah, I see a yes. Moni.
So I just wanted to kind of comment, you know, when you're saying, oh, having a lot of things open. I didn't have that many things open. I had a few and it crashed. So it's just a good idea to just only have things open that you have for class.
It depends also on how fast, how strong, how new your computer is. But right now, all of the Adobe programs are big hogs on the system. The newer you get, the 2024 is an incredible hog on system, on all the system resources. So I highly recommend that you do not have anything open other than what we're going to do, and including if you have tabs or windows for internet, close all of the extra tabs or windows that you don't need, that you don't currently truly have to be using. All right, so now I'm going to share my screen again. And this is again for people who are on, let me go back, people who are on Bridge, sorry, on VDI. Now you go over here and Bridge to this PC, okay? Now I'm going to clear your answers again because I want to keep seeing the yeses or the nos if things work. But when you click on this PC, then you'll see Google Drive right there. If you see Google Drive right there, double click on Google Drive and give me a yes if you got here. Don't move forward from this. Now, that's for VDI. At the same time, I'm going to now stop the share and I'm going to tell everyone else who is not on VDI how to get to their files. So right now, VDI, just hang in there. I want you to get to that point. And now I'm going to share for everyone else. So now, if you are not on VDI, you're going to have to go. If you're on a Mac, you'll still go to this PC. Sorry, I'm on a PC, you'll go to this PC. If you're on a Mac, you're going to go to your computer's name and you're going to search for the downloads folder, which is this. In this case, it's this one. And you might have them smaller or bigger. Downloads folder. And you're going to double click on the downloads folder. And on the downloads folder, you might have a ton of stuff or you might have a few things. You're going to go search for the Spring 2024 Download Digital Design Techniques and just watch. Don't open it. We're going to drag it out into this black area and let go. And it's going to give us a shortcut. Okay. So in this case, I have the download. So I went to my downloads folder and I found the folder I just downloaded. If you double clicked already and got in, I need you to back up, to go back up here to downloads and then to just drag it out like this and have it go and become a shortcut. Actually, it's not 12:45, it's 1:45. So the class finishes actually at 1:45. Okay, that's just for everyone. For Kirk, who asked what time does this class end? If you're reading the chats, that's what's happening. All right, so now I'm going to stop my share of this and I'm going to go back for a second to continue with VDI people. And I see you have a hand up there. Give me a second, Kirk, to show this and then I'll go to your questions. So once you're here in the shared drives, you're going to double click on shared drives. Once you get to shared drives, and I know that I might have left you behind, I'm showing this first and then I'm coming in again. Okay, so hold on. I have a lot of folders that are shared. You should only have my one folder, Digital Design Techniques. And if I've left you behind, I'll do this again. Double click on Digital Design Techniques. And then you will get no items to display. Okay. There it is. You wait a little bit, you wait a little bit, you wait a little bit, and then you wait and you keep waiting until a folder pops up at the top. Right there. This one. And what you're going to do is you're going to copy this one and paste it. So now I'm going to wait until you get here and then I'll show you what else to do. So yes, Kirk.
Just again, this is, you know, we spent this whole class doing kind of PC Windows kind of stuff.
No, this
And
is
like I said, I'm a creative person. I just want to learn how to use Adobe Creative Suite.
You're
And
in
on-
it. This
it's
is
very
the-
intuitive. You just point and click. And are we just going to be continuing to do this? Like I can't do this if this is how the class is.
Okay, Kirk, we have done, this is Adobe Creative Cloud. Bridge is Adobe Creative Cloud. It has nothing to do with Windows. We're in it. We're in what you're asking to be in. Bridge is an Adobe application, and it's an Adobe application that gives us access to Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, which are the three things that we're going to be learning.
Right. But I want to make
First,
pictures and things. I
Kirk,
don't want to.
Let me finish talking, please, Kirk, for 1 second. The first class, I need you guys to set up the class files, and that has to be done in whatever system you're in. And you, because you're in VDI, are in Windows. But that's it. We're at the class files. We're finally there. the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna open a photo, Photoshop is gonna open, and we're gonna work in Photoshop, okay? So you're like a minute from where you want to be, and then that's it. Once you're here, you're here. You don't need to do this the whole rest of the 5 days that we're together. This is just today, because you need class files to work on. Now, yes, if I didn't answer your question, please keep talking.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's,
Did I answer your question, or do you?
Yes.
Okay, good. Great. So now this is Adobe. Adobe does not matter what you're in, and this is why we're using Bridge. So tell me if you got to the Google files, Google Drive. VDI people, did you get to Google Drive? VDI people would be at this point, Kirk, Vince, Amy, and Patricia. I need to see yeses from you guys.
I was in digital design. It's that one file.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure that everyone is here. Then you click on share drives, and then you click on digital design techniques. If you are here and you're ready to continue, say yes. Okay. Patricia, how are you doing? I think I mentioned earlier on that the hardest part of this entire class is this beginning, right? Because everyone has to get set up on 3 different systems. And yeah, it would have been easier if everyone just come to school and have them right there. But since everyone has their own systems at home, I have to work with everyone's systems. Once the files are open and ready to go, everyone's on the same board. Vince, what's your question?
My question is, I shared the screen with you. I'm in this, but we didn't. I don't know where I'm at.
Okay, so stop for a minute. I'm going to tell everyone else on this video what to do next, and then I will come and help you. So
Okay.
as long as you found the digital design techniques folder, everyone in VDI, I need you to right click and copy this entire folder. Copy.
Okay.
Now, everyone else is patiently waiting because the only people for whom I have to do all this work is because of VDI. Otherwise, if you were home, you wouldn't have to do all. If you had your own applications, you wouldn't have to do this. And that's why this is a bit complicated. Okay, so right click and copy. After you've copied that.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, Kirk.
About
Yes,
raising
Charlie.
all this stuff. I'm in here, you keep saying right click. I think on a Mac, that's control click.
Yeah, there's 2 ways to do a right click on a Mac.
I don't have like a right and a left, I don't think.
All right, so do you have a magic mouse or do you have a laptop with a touchpad?
A laptop with a touchpad.
Okay, so in a laptop with a touchpad, you can either do control click, or if that's what you're accustomed to, or you can put 2 fingers down, and 2 fingers down is a right click. So your choice. I will
And I'm
always
clicking on the whole box because nothing's happening when, oh, now it is.
right click.
Now
With-
I've got close panel, unlock panel. I don't have anything that says download.
Okay, I'm gonna stop, and can you share your screen? Everyone else, if you've copied, just hang in there. Share your screen, Kirk, please, so I can see where you're at. Okay, so now go ahead and kind of move away from this by clicking on some neutral area. Just go somewhere else to get rid of this little box. Yeah. And now see where it says Spring 2024, put your mouse on top of that, the first folder. The first, no, you have it. The first yellow folder, that one, yeah. Do your control click or right click. I call it right click because it depends on what you're at. It's easier. Okay, and now say copy. Perfect. Now I'm going to continue demoing from here for everyone else. Now the last step, we're ready to go. The last step we need to go is right above where you are moving. Wait, not so above. Go back to that folder that where you are, point to that folder, and where's your mouse there? And now just go up like a little bit, an inch, and I'll tell you when to stop. Go up to the path bar. Yeah. And then on the left side, go to Google Drive again. That one. Click on Google Drive right there. Yeah. And now go to My Drive. Go down. Double click. Open up. And now in that empty space, say right click and paste. Right click and paste. Good. So now this folder, see, shared drive is mine, my drive is yours. So right now, that's it. You have the class files. Everyone else downloaded the class files on their computers, but VDI has to download them onto your Google Drive, and that's what you're doing next. That's what you're doing next, is so that
Can I ask
now.
another question?
Yep.
So I can buy these programs,
Mhm.
but we're still going to be doing all this VDI stuff every time, right? For the people that don't have the programs?
No, because after this time, you're supposed to know how to do it yourself. In fact, I sent an email.
I can't keep doing this. It's too much, too many,
Kirk,
it's not creative. It's analytical.
I'm not asking you to stay in the class, and I want you to stay in the class. But until we pass the next 5 minutes, which is only here because of the people who don't have the applications, we can't begin to get creative. There's a lot of people in this class who have taken it, who come again and again. Please.
That's what I'm asking. I'll get the
Hold on.
applications,
Guys.
but aren't we still going to have to do all this stuff for people who don't have the applications?
No, because you're supposed to have known this. Everyone here is supposed to have done this, because I sent an email 10 days ago describing everyone, please do this ahead of time. But I'm aware that a lot of people don't do this ahead of time. You did, you had gotten into VDI.
I did do it ahead of time, but I can't remember all this.
But the rest of the people didn't. So I had to go from the beginning. And this point, if this was only a VDI class, we would have been here, an hour ago. This point is getting you the class files. I am beginning to get to the point where if you don't want to wait and like with everyone else until they're waiting for you to get the class files, in fact, then can someone who's been in my class before speak to this? Will you get creative? Yes, Moni, please speak, because
Yes. So this is actually just the first class. The first class is setting everything up and understanding how things work. And then towards the end of the class, we're actually working on the project, and going forward, every class we're working on projects. This is only the first class to get everybody caught up, to know how to get where things are and how to get set and know how to access stuff. That's all it is.
yeah,
I can confirm that. This is just the way it works until everybody gets everything loaded to their own personal computer and knows how to do it. You just need to chill out for a few minutes and it'll all be ready.
thank you. That's 2 of you. I know 4 other of you would say the same thing. Just bear with me exactly 5 more minutes, and then we will be in Photoshop. I've said it so many times, this is almost making everyone wait a bit longer. So Kirk, I'm at the point where everyone has said it. If at this point you want to do what I'm asking you to do, please do it. And if not, I can't force you to stay in the class, okay? It will be creative, you will learn, but first you need the class files. So if you decide to please keep staying, now what you need to do is grab this little folder that you have in right there, and drag it to the left side, to the place that says pictures. Yes, now click on that on that thing that you just did, and lo and behold, there are your class files. You are ready. That's all it took, a whole hour. But now, next time you open VDI, there it is. This is never going to happen again. Your class files are ready to go. So from now on, by 9:10 p.m., we're working on a file, okay? All right, I'm going to stop your share. Vince, I think you need to get here still. Share your screen so that I can get you here, and we can all start working on wonderful creative things. Trust me, as a creative person, this is the most frustrating part of the class for me too. All right, so you seem to have zoomed in really, all right, go over to the far right, move your mouse to the far right of the screen. See that little X that appears right? Yeah, no, down a little bit more. There, that X you're about to see, you might have zoom in the way. Move that one, close that. Good, now you're in Bridge. All right, now go to this PC on the left side under favorites, go to this PC. And ideally everyone who's on VDI is doing this at the same time. Somehow I need to do it individually with people at some point. Go to the middle of the folder where you see Google Drive, double click. No, double click on, now go to shared drives, double click. Now go to Digital Ed Techniques, double click. And now this will take a few minutes to resolve. Just so you guys understand what's happening, we are accessing the files that I have given you, and now what you need to do is copy them into your personal drive, which is the one called My Drive, okay? So now go to that folder at the top that says Spring 2024, the top left folder. Go to,
Left folder.
yeah, down into where you see a big yellow folder. Middle, yeah, right click and copy. Copy, okay? Now go a little bit further up to the word Google Drive again, there, a little bit higher up where it says shared drives, and I move to the left to Google Drive. Perfect, double click on My Drive. And right, okay, now right click on some empty space because you have a lot of stuff in your drive, so go to some empty space, no, in that same window, don't go way over there to the preview, in here, right click and paste. Just right click and say paste. Okay, they're copying.
I went Control V. Should I cancel?
Yeah, Control V is perfect. That's a paste. Yeah, we're gonna be using shortcuts all the time. Control V or Command V is paste. Command C or Control C is copy. So it's perfect. I want efficiency and quickness, and I want everyone to be using shortcuts. So I'll be calling them out all the time. And I have in the handouts, I have a lot of shortcuts handouts for you. Okay, we're almost there. Once this is down, you'll put it on the left side, and that's it. Everyone else who's on VDI, do you have the files? Patricia, do you have the files?
You know, I'm in Bridge and I'm not seeing the opportunity of the,
Okay, go up to this PC and see if you see Google Drive. Okay. Now, we need to go find that folder because you have a lot of things here that say 1 and 2. So scroll down. There it is. The second row. 2024 spring. No, that's a class schedule. You need to scroll. Otherwise, you're going to have to do a search. Yeah. Go up to the Bridge search and find it because you have so many things in your folder that it's hard to find. Go up to Bridge.
I keep getting, this is a, well, oh, sorry.
Okay. Vince, hold on. Vince, go move your mouse up. Well, maybe you can find it visually. Otherwise, I want to have a search. Go to the right of that where it says Bridge search. Right above that on the corner. Yeah, click on that and write digital. Write digital and hit the return, and hopefully there it is. Spring digital. Go here, drag it to your left under the word picture. So grab, no, go
Can
to
I
with regular
do
click.
this so then it's easy to find next time.
Oh, okay.
Is that
I'm
okay?
showing you how to make it easy to find.
Oh,
No, you cannot rename it. So say okay to that. And I am showing you how to make it easy to find. Drag it, and drag it to your left. Left. Yeah, to your left and one down. Perfect.
there.
There we go. Now click on it. There you go. Now you never have to search for it again. We're going to open Bridge. You're going to click right there. Click on it. And there you go. These are the class files. Perfect.
Thank you.
Stop your share. Now you never have to do anything again. From now on, you open Bridge, click on there, class files, we're ready to go. Patricia, share your screen.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, yeah, hold on. For the people who have never used Photoshop, which I guess, other people have yet, you need to sign into Adobe first. So for just on VDI, so go ahead and do school email address.
Oh, okay, my school.
Delton or whatever at pipeline.sbcc.edu.
Apologize.
And this is again, one time only and never again. Pipeline.sbcc.edu.
.sb, no, wait, it's pipeline
Yes,
dot.
.sbcc.edu. Say continue. And now the whole thing again.
The whole thing again.
B Dalton at S.
You can tell I haven't taken a class in a while.
That's okay. At pipeline.sbcc.edu.
Pipeline.sbcc.edu. Thank you.
Okay, say next.
And let's see. Okay, something's happening.
Give it a second. Good. Now go to this PC up on the top left. Okay, Google Drive in the middle, double click. Share drives, double click. Digital techniques, double click. once it all resolves itself, the top left folder, you're gonna right click and copy, but it takes a few seconds. Yeah, now go to that folder that you see at the top left, right click and copy.
That,
No, where you were, yeah, right there, right click.
Yeah.
Do you have a Mac?
I have a map.
Okay, if you don't enable your right click, I can help you later, but just now do control click. You have a mouse or a touchpad?
A touchpad.
Okay, so then go to Spring 2024 and put 2 fingers down on your touchpad. That's a right click. There we go, and say copy. Okay, now go up. No, don't keep moving your mouse out of the way. Put it back on the same folder that we were using. Go back, no, the same place we were where you right click, yeah. Now go up with your mouse into the word shared drives. Up with your mouse. Yeah, now go to the left and click on Google Drive. Good, now double click on my drive. And now right click and paste, or 2 fingers down and paste on the. Stop for a minute, move out of the way. You're clicking on a file, so do the click on a click on black. You need to not click on that, that's a whole nother file there. Now right click or 2 fingers down and paste. Yeah. And it'll copy. Sorry guys, normally I do this at the same time with everyone. Somehow this got really discombobulated and I have to do it one by one, which is bizarre because I've never had to do it this way. Usually I do, everyone follows and everyone says yes, and we all do it at the same time. But somehow this time with changes and interruptions, it just is taking each person to do it individually. But those of you who've taken class with me before know that it's going to pay off. You're going to learn a lot. And we're seconds from being ready to start. Okay, grab that folder now, the one that appears there that says Spring. Yep, nope, that's a folder yet, and drag it, click and drag it out to the left, to the left. The other side is left. Yep, down there, let go. Now click on that thing that you just did. That's a shortcut to your class files, and here we go. Perfect. All right, give me a yes if everyone has the class files. Anyone who is at home and still hasn't found them from their documents folder, let me know. I'll help you. Everyone who's VDI and has them, I have one-on-one made sure everyone has them, so that's good. But I want to make sure everyone at home has them. Dorothy, did you get to the class files yet? I think you know how to do that, but I also know that sometimes your folders get confused. Dorothy, did you get to the Bridge class files? Okay, I'm not hearing you right now, so I'm just gonna go for it.
I can't get to the downloads.
Okay, share your screen.
I want Adobe Bridge,
Just share your screen. Share your screen.
which, okay.
You already download the class files? Do you know if you
I
download?
probably did not.
Okay, so then go up to your browser and let's make sure we download the class files because you showed up a little bit later and you didn't go through that portion.
Okay.
Go to whatever you use to get to the browser, Chrome, Safari, whatever you do, get to your browser. Okay, now go on the left, you have 2 tabs there. Go to the tab that says Digital Design Techniques. Go up to your tabs, up to the browser tabs. Yeah, Digital Design Techniques, there you go, click. Now go to the Spring Download Digital Design Technique, right click on that and say download. There we go. Okay.
That's
Now,
it. I didn't do.
gotta wait that one a little bit, but now go back to Bridge. Okay. And then for everyone else who's not on VDI, you're gonna have to go to the downloads folder. And you seem to have that one. We've had issues before with your folders because you have some weirdness, but go.
A lot of folders. Okay, shall I open this downloads?
Because it's locked. That's an alias. Anyway, we've done this before. Your downloads folder is really strange. Go click on Yeah, click on that. Click. And let's go and see where it put it. It put it right there, and let's click on that so you can figure out where it put it. Click on that. Yeah, click. Just click, single click. Yep.
It's
You
not
need to
clicking. It's not clicking.
trying to tell it to save. Okay, well, guess what? It's gonna save, let's go up to where it says Documents iCloud. That's fine. You wanna save them there? Go for it. I know where they are at least. Go ahead and say save. You just have so many documents folders. It's always weird. Go ahead and say replace because you have the old one there. Okay, good. Now, go to Bridge. And you have a lot of stuff open, you might want to close this. Okay, so we're gonna go to your iCloud. Jesus, yeah, go to your documents folder there. That one, nope, you were almost there. You were there. Documents, that one, double click. And over here, you're gonna go up to the search because you have too much stuff to find it. Go up to the top right. One up. No, search is one up. Yeah, click and put digital. And hit return. And Adobe ID. I don't know how this turned out. Close this. This is a whole different, close this window. Close that. Go to your Bridge. Oh, it went to just, yeah, close this folder. And go back. Just close this whole window, go back to Bridge, yeah. Or don't close it, but go back to Bridge. Okay, so then say sort by file name, go down to start going down until we find the folder called Spring. So go to the S's, you're in the I, J, down, until you get to the S's. Oh, you passed them. W, Spring, we're looking for Spring, so.
See it. Nope.
It's been let me, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and can you give me, oh,
Yeah.
and even get your, for some reason, you don't have it set up for me to ask you to do it for you. Okay, go back, oh, because that's a different documents folder. Go to Dorothy again, up on the left side. You have Dorothy, Dorothy has like a kind of crazy thing going on, and that's why it's always hard to find her stuff. I don't know where your thing's downloaded. Dorothy, I need to keep on going with the file. Can you wait after class and I'll just help you because I'm gonna lose this whole class if I keep going.
That's fine.
You have like 85 drives and I don't even know where those files might have downloaded into. I'm gonna stop. Normally I can do it for you, but you don't even have the request browser for me to do it. So I'm gonna just stop. You need to keep figuring out where your downloads folder is. And you're in my Mac class. Can you please ask me to help you figure out where your downloads folder is during the Mac class on next Monday, okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Everyone now should have their files, so I'm gonna now share my screen and in your answers. And finally, we are able to start. So. Okay, so everyone should be somewhere in this place, and in the middle, you'll be seeing either bigger or smaller the class files. And what I'm doing right now to go bigger or smaller down here at the bottom, and let me put a little light on the tip of my mouse so that you can see it a bit better. There we go. See, my mouse has this little red light now. Okay, just in case people don't know what the red light is, it's just me for you to see it better. Now down here, I have a minus and a plus, and I can make these bigger or smaller. I want you to make them quite a bit smaller in case it is bigger. Because what we want to see is just kind of the general scope of the class files, and you can scroll up and down to see all of them. We have 2 folders here and then a lot of loose files. Now, what's the point of what we're doing? First of all, Bridge isn't just a way to find files, which is fine. You can take this Bridge to any place if you keep your folders under pictures or under documents or whatever. You point you go to that part of your computer and you find any files for any project, any client you might have. Like inside of my documents, I have a client folder. Inside of a client folder, I have each one of my clients. Inside of each client folder, I have each folder with each project I do for them. So I would have to go find them that way, right? Now, we made a quick access to the files that we have here. And thus, we're going to consider this all the project files for this class. Everything we're going to do is contained in here. Now, once you find the files for your project, you need to start deciding, well, A, what's your project? B, what kind of material, raw source files am I going to need for that project? And are these files going to be good for this project? And what I mean by that is this file appropriate to be printed, or is it only good enough to go onto a screen? By screen, I mean if you're designing a website or an app or anything that's going to be viewed in anything that is a screen. And by that, I mean anything that's projected, the image is created by projecting light, versus if the image is created by putting ink on paper or on cardboard or on anything else. So that's the big division between whether the file, what we need to decide if a file is useful or not. And how we find that out before we even open them is using Bridge. We get into the metadata of the image. So I'm going to go ahead and single click. We're just selecting, that's all. This image here that says Sunrise Surfer, this little orange guy. And notice that when I clicked on it, a whole bunch of stuff popped up here. I'm going to move this up a little bit more. And this is the metadata for the file. And the metadata for the file is truly important because it's going to help me, and I'm going to zoom this up down. It's going to help me find out if I'm going to be able to use this. Sometimes, many times, we use the same image for the brochure, for the business card, for the website, for the app, you know, especially when you're marketing and you have this whole cross set of projects or files or created, say for a specific event, then you're going to be using the same material, the same source images, the same hero image. And not all images can be used across the board. So I'm going to click on this one and go, oh, this one will be perfect for my, you know, Visit Santa Barbara brochure, whatever. And then when you head down to the metadata down here, you start checking it out and you go, this number here is how big the file is in pixels, 800 by 521. This is how big the file size is, and this is PPI. What the color profile is, yada, yada, and you go, I have no idea what all this is yet. So I can't tell if this photo is good or not. And that is precisely one of the things that we're going to be learning is, well, what is resolution? What is all this thing about pixel sizes? So remember that in the handouts, I told you about one handout you need to read, one called New Pixels, Image Size and Resolution. Please read that, because by next Friday, so you have a whole week to do that. And when I start talking about resolution, you will have an idea of what's happening, and then I'll do the explanation here again, but it's just not the same to start from zero. So please read that handout. Okay, so down here, we'll begin, all this will begin to make more sense as of next week, but just trust me when I say this file is great for being put on screen, not even that big, but it is useless for anything that's going to be printed. It does not have enough information. It does not have enough pixels. But if I actually open this file in Photoshop and work on it, I wouldn't know the difference. It would look just as good because I am seeing it through a screen. Photoshop is on a screen. And on a screen, a file can have very little information on it. And it will still look good. But then when you go print it, it'll be a disaster, a blurry mess. So you need to understand metadata. And here in Bridge, we see it all laid out to start with. Now, if I were to want to see this image big to see, well, is that guy sharp or not sharp? You have a little preview there. But if I want to be able to see it bigger, to just check and see if this is going to work, I can hit the space bar on my screen, the space bar, and it's going to get big. And we're going to go, oh, that doesn't get too big. Yep, that is as big as this file will get. But if you open it in Photoshop, you wouldn't know that it's as big as it'll get. Now, let me go instead to this file here and hit my space bar. That's as big as that photo will get. Okay, so on the other hand, this one, if I hit my space bar, it fills the screen, which means this will get even bigger. Now, look at the difference. This one said that it has 1500 by 2000 pixels. And this one said it had 800 by 521 pixels. That is the measurement that we care about. At this point, how many pixels does an image have? Thus, is there enough information? The pixels are like the cells of a human body. Each pixel together builds up an image. And when you have not enough of them, you can't print it. When you have more of them, you can print it better, right? So depending on how many pixels an image has is how big we will be able to print that image. All right, we're going to be learning more about metadata. That's like a quick overview, a quick little introduction to that conversation and what we do here. Now, if we decide, yeah, this is a file that's going to work for me, this is something I'm going to be able to use, then we can proceed to opening it and doing something with it. Now, one more thing before we start opening. Here in Bridge, you see always the extension of all the files. The extension, I mean, at the end of the name, it says dot something. And in this case, this one says .ai, meaning Adobe Illustrator. It's funny because now AI means artificial intelligence, but for eons, AI has meant Adobe Illustrator. So then you have a .jpeg. Then you have over here somewhere we have a PSD, Photoshop document. This is a PSD, Photoshop document. You also have PNGs. Each one of these file formats, here's an SVG, does and is for a whole different set of uses. So again, the other handout I asked you to read was the one about file formats. And if you need a reminder, if we go into the handouts down here, I had told you that this is the file formats. It's either this one that you can, no, I pressed the wrong thing, I'm sorry. It's this one, bracket file formats. That's the one to read. And the other one I asked you to read is new pixels, image size, image resolution. By next Friday, please have it read. And then over here, you have another distinction of PNG versus JPEG versus PDA versus TIFF. So again, it's all information that brings you into a bit more of the reality so that next time you'll already know what I mean by what kind of file we're going to begin to use. So I'm going to have some more files that I'm going to be adding here. Next time we'll talk about that. But for now, we're going to go in to open a JPEG. Now, any JPEG that you open in the world of regular Windows or Mac computers is so generic that it can open in, you can insert it in Word and Excel. It'll open in a preview or in a Windows file viewer. The only app that knows that a JPEG should be in Photoshop is Bridge, because Bridge is the app created by Adobe to bridge, right? To connect all of its applications together. So if I double click on JPEG, it'll kick open Photoshop. If I double click AI, it'll open this file, it'll open Adobe Illustrator. If I double click on an InDesign file, which as you can see, we don't have one here, but we do have one inside these folders, it'll open inside of InDesign, and so on and so forth. Bridge knows what's the place that you can use to edit these images. So let's all go to this one that says hue, saturation, flowers. And now we can go first, before we open it, I always want us to just remember to go look at the metadata to have an idea of what we're opening. And we're opening 1920 by 1279. That's how many pixels it has. It says 72 PPI. Let's go ahead and open it, and then I'll answer questions. So how do we open it? By double clicking, not here. This is not where you double click. That's a whole nother reason to use that. We're going to go over here and we're going to just double click this. And you'll notice that you'll have Photoshop or whatever application, in whichever way you are in VDI or not, begin to open up. For those of you who already opened Photoshop, then boom, it's already open. But if not, Adobe opens it for us. Okay, Adobe does the job of opening it for us. And it just opened, and you didn't see that process. I didn't have my whole screen open. And here we go. Now we have this file open in Photoshop. Okay, questions? Kirk.
My screen says cloud documents not available.
This is not on the cloud, so share your screen to see what's happening. Let's see. Click on and do the share your screen and let me see what's up. Okay, so you're in Photoshop, not in Bridge. So can you go to VM View? Yeah, there. So go ahead and go to Bridge, which if you go down to the taskbar, at the very bottom, it's like the dock on the Mac, it's a taskbar. Go to the right, far right, and you see BR for Bridge. Click on Bridge. There we go. Now you're gonna fill the screen. So go up to where you see, go put your mouse over that. Yeah, click on that and fill your screen. Okay, good. Now go to the file that I just said, that one there went up. Oh, you're not seeing your names on the files. Okay, I'll help you do that. Go ahead and double click on that one. And there it is, it opened in Photoshop. Okay, now you are, you should try to open your window as much as you can, even though you need to still see me so that you have a bit more space to see the different stuff that we need to do. Move it over a bit and maximize your space as much as possible. Okay, so basically you were trying to open from Photoshop, which is why you got Claude Document not available. That will come to that window later, but we opened from Bridge. Okay, that's one of the wonderful uses of Bridge. It just knows where to go and open your file. All right, give me a yes if everyone has this file open in Bridge. I need to make sure everyone's there before I continue. If you have a question or if it didn't work, please raise your hand and I'll help you.
Why am I not seeing?
Vince, share your screen. And then I'll give you a hand. And then Amy, yeah. Is it a question or is it also opening the file?
I got the message, skip loading optional and third-party plugins from Photoshop, and I can say yes or no.
Say no.
Okay.
So now scroll down a little bit more. Yeah, and there's the file, hue saturation. Go up again a little bit higher, up again, scroll up
Okay.
again, Vince. Yeah, right there. There's the file right next to the little old black and white grandpa.
That one, yeah. From a distance, they
There we
were all
go.
looking the same. Okay.
Okay, so double click. No, not from there, but from the little, yeah, from the contact sheet. Yeah, double click right there. And it'll open in Photoshop. Now, for anyone who's on Mac or PC, this conversation is the same. And let me explain what that is. So that while Photoshop is opening, see it's working on opening, I want you to go down to your taskbar if you're on a PC, like people who are on VDI, or your dock if you're a Mac person. And I want you guys to keep Bridge and Photoshop forever in the taskbar. So now you don't even need to go anywhere to open your files. You'll have it here. So go down to your taskbar and I'll show you how to do it. Go down to your taskbar. And this is for everyone who's on VDI. So taskbar is way down at the bottom, way down at the bottom, way down, keep going down. There you see a little PS. Yeah, that's your taskbar. Now, where's your mouse? Your mouse again. Yeah, this if you're in VDI, it'll say your graphics processor is incompatible. Say okay, that's a VDI thing. Say got it to that. Yeah, and then go down to your taskbar where you see the letters P and S. Yeah, and BR is Bridge. Click on BR, click on BR. There you go to Bridge. Now click on PS. There you go to Photoshop.
Yes.
So you don't ever want to be moving things around or making them smaller or bigger. The only way to be efficient is to use your taskbar, both Mac or PC, in order to change and switch. But we're also going to do something to that icon that says PS. Go put your mouse back on the PS and give it a right click, and say pin to taskbar. You're going to say same with a BR, Bridge, right click, pin to taskbar. Now I'm going to go show you guys who are doing this on a Mac how to do this. It's the exact same thing. We're going to keep those names. I'm going to share my Mac window now. And in my Mac window, at the very bottom, I'll see my little BR or my Photoshop. And you're going to do a right click again, or 2 fingers down. And under options, say keep in dock. You can do that to Photoshop and to Bridge. Right click, options, keep in dock. Later, as you can see, I also have InDesign and Adobe Illustrator. You'll have all 4 when we open the rest. But the idea is that from now on, You open your computer, you click on the BR, boom, Bridge opens. The files are there and you're ready to go. And you never have to go search for an application or anything. Yes, Kirk?
When I right click, I don't have anything about a dock. I have,
Oh, you're on a Mac, on a PC, so you'll see pin to
no,
taskbar.
I'm on a Mac.
Nope. And
It
once,
says unpin from taskbar, close window,
Okay,
Adobe
if it-
Bridge.
if it says unpin, then that means that it's pinned. And let me clarify something. I know that you hate being on a PC, but for the purpose of this class, when I say if you're on a Mac or if you're on a PC, anyone who's on VDI, the 4 of you who are on VDI, you're on PCs, okay? Just for the purpose of being inside of VDI. So in your case, you need to go to the taskbar and Mac people need to go to the dock. Even though you're on a Mac in general, but you're working inside of VDI. So in VDI, everything is PC based for you, okay?
Right. So I'm trying to get these into my dock, right? So I right click on Bridge.
Share your screen. You can only get them into your taskbar. Share your screen.
Oh, I thought I was supposed to, well, maybe I already have it then.
Yeah, if it says unpin, that means you've already pinned it, right? So if it says unpin, it's because you've pinned it. Once you say unpin, then the option will be pin, okay? So
Do I
just,
want it pinned or I want it?
yes, you want it pinned. Same with Photoshop. Now that it's there, pin it. And the whole point is that this stays tomorrow, next week, when you open up again. You guys have to practice during the week. So not next week, but during the week when you practice, you'll open VDI and you'll click on that little icon and boom, Bridge will open up. You'll click on that little icon, boom, Photoshop will open up. You don't have to go search for the files because they're right there in Bridge. You don't have to search for the applications because right there in the taskbar, okay? So now, Amy, was your question answered or do you still have a question with that? That's it, you lowered your hand, so you must be fine.
I'm all set. I answered in the chat. It's working now. Thanks.
Oh, perfect, got it. All right, great. So now we're finally in Photoshop. Now, what we use Photoshop for is 99% of the times, one of the things we're gonna do in this class, we're kind of gonna stereotype our applications because there's a lot of overlap. Photoshop is where we're gonna work with any pixel-based image, or another word for that is raster image. And in this case, and let me share my screen, a raster or pixel image is going to be something that you can only work inside of Photoshop. You cannot modify the color of this flower or, you know, have the unused ones disappear and have this look like a table that has nothing on it or whatever you want to do in Photoshop. You cannot do that in Illustrator or in InDesign. So anything that has to do with modifying, brightening, darkening, changing colors, compositing, all of that, the power for that is only in Photoshop. When you want to create something from scratch, like a logo, or there's all these different things that we can do with mainly when we want something that needs to be designed by me from start, I will use Illustrator. And instead of being a pixel-based program, it's a vector-based program where it's mathematical equations that get you the lines, and they are sharp, sharp lines versus, let me introduce you to pixels. So here we are in this computer, and we're gonna start learning how to zoom in. And again, I'm doing everything with shortcuts. So go ahead and hold down your Command key if you're on a Mac. And this is gonna be a tough one for you, Kirk. You're on a PC. So for PC users, hold down your Control key. For the purposes of VDI, you're on a PC. So for PC users, this is the only difference between Mac and PC is the Control or the Command key. So you're gonna hold down the Control key, and then if you're in tap the plus sign, and once you tap the plus sign, you keep going. The Command or Control stays down. You don't move that one. And then each time you do plus, 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 you begin to zoom in. And if you go to the one that's minus, 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 you begin to zoom out. So we're gonna zoom in and zoom out to our heart's content. Zoom in, zoom out. Once you have been able to zoom in and zoom out, please give me a yes. Once everyone has been able to zoom in and out and says yes, I will move forward. All right, got a yes from Kirk and Saul, Shelly. Are we doing there? Vince, Patricia. Dorothy, oh, Dorothy, you can't open the files yet, but you know what, Dorothy? You have Photoshop and you have other files. So for this portion, just open it on anything and give me a yes. Patricia, how are you doing? If you guys have to step out and you won't be there, let me know. Otherwise, I'm gonna keep calling because I want to make sure that everyone knows how to do the step. Okay. I'm also noticing the time, and I know that I need to give you guys another break, but I want us to get just through a little bit more than this. So if you're not answering, but with yes or no, I don't know if you just didn't get it or if you're not there. So that's why I constantly ask you to, like, you know, give me a yes or no to keep track of the class. So I'm going to move forward. And I'm going to continue to say control or command plus, plus, plus. Now we're going to just go plus, plus, plus. And at some point, what we begin to see are just pixels. So this is what I mean when I say this is a pixel-based image or a raster image. You see the pixels of the image, which each one of these has only one color. There's only one possibility of color. Now, when you see them next to each other, you might think that there's a little gradient, but no, that's just an effect of our eyes. Truly, this is just one color, this is one color, one color. But the totality of all these pixels put together is what makes me think of this flower as orange or yellow. And it is that pixels that are darker or lighter that give me the luminance tones that allow me to see detail and shape and shadow and form, all right? So how many of these pixels have, which is the conversation that I started to have with Bridge, right there when I said how many pixels this image has, does matter in this case, only because imagine if you have more pixels to describe this same flower, it would be even more detailed. Versus if you only have, say, 10 pixels to describe this flower, it would be just a little tiny orange blob. So we want to have an idea that it is that many pixels that describe or create this flower that lets me see it in its entire detail. Now, one thing that matters too, and then keep zooming down, you guys, and when you go very zoomed out, everything looks perfect. Everything looks sharp. Everything looks just absolutely ideal. Same as if you're looking at something from far away, like you look at billboards on the highway, they always look sharp. But if you guys could approach a billboard, those billboard photos are not sharp. They're very pixelated. They actually have been blown up to a huge size. And you only see them looking sharp because you're looking from afar like that. But when you approach, we're going to have one number, which is 100%. Which is going to show us this at its best. So way down here, way down in the bottom of the screen, look down here and you'll see that it says, in my case, 33%. You see that? That 33% means that I am not seeing it at the ideal size to gauge the quality of this photo. So I'm going to go to 100%, which I can do by command tap, tap, tap a few times, or I can do another shortcut, which is command or control and then tap the number 1. But the command or control needs to be kept down. It's not command and then 1. It's hold down command, control for PC users or VDI users, and then tap the number 1. And we have jumped to 100%. See that? Now this is going to tell me the exact, is this in focus or not? Now look at this image, you guys, and report back to me, is every single flower in this vase in focus? Give me yes if it's in focus. Every single flower in this flower or plant in this vase is in focus. Give me a yes. If not every single one is in focus, give me a no. All right, yeses and nos. Everyone has to vote, no matter that you might be right or wrong. All right. Okay, so if you look at 100%, it's the closest you can look. If you want to go even closer to see it and you start going to more to see if it's more focused, you won't be able to tell because you're beginning to see it pixelated. So you really do have to make this decision at 100%. The only possibility of seeing things at 200% is if you have a retina screen, a Mac retina screen, something that shows you at higher resolution, then 200% still works. Now, I want to show you that not everything is in focus. The front here is perfectly tack sharp. It's looking great. I want to scooch around. See, I'm not seeing all the photo at 200%. So I'm going to hold down my space bar, hold down your space bar, and then I get a little hand. See this little hand? And I can click and drag, click and drag. So now what we're doing is we're panning. We're panning using our shortcuts of holding down the space bar. Now, if you're down at 100% and you're seeing all the image and you try to pan, all you do is move the whole thing around. But if you're up zooming in and you don't see all the image, then when you hold down the space bar, you are moving around to see different parts of the image. And if you head over to the very top, you'll find that these parts of the plant are already falling out of focus. Same with those over there, same with that over there. It has to do with something that in photography, this normally is done in photography, so you can fake it in Photoshop, but it's got to do with what settings you use in your aperture, which will allow for a certain plane of the photo to be in sharp. And then as soon as you move out of that plane, which basically between this photo, this flower and that flower, there's not much distance, but that's enough for the depth of field of this photo to go ahead and get blurry, okay? So yeah, most of the photo, you were right, is sharp, but not all of the photo is sharp. And the other way you can tell is seeing it at 100% and being really, really careful and looking at every detail. Now, is the important part of this photo sharp? Yes, definitely. And there's no portrait here, it's just flowers. But if this were a portrait, the important part would be the eyes, for example. Go and make sure that the eyes are in focus. Maybe you have a whole face it's not in focus. And the nose is already out of focus because that's how shallow the depth of field is. But the eyes will still be in focus, and that's good. What you want to show. Now, if I'm trying to sell that vase there, this is a horrible picture. Clearly, it's not the case here. But if what I'm trying to show is this image, then that's fine if this is not in focus. That said, if I were to have to cut out this whole flower vase to put it in a different background, the fact that this is blurred would not be good. This would be very hard to cut it out. I might just have to eliminate that piece and cut this image out as if it didn't happen, which would, change the balance of this whole arrangement, because it's very hard to do a very good cutout on something that's blurry and have it meld in well into another surface. But for the intensive purposes of this being just what it is and not having to change, this is wonderful. Now, I'm going to show you something that has to do with Photoshop tools on the left side. My main tools, everything I'm going to do will start over here. So say that I'm going to move things around or make selections or paint things or write some text. Whatever I'm going to do over here is going to be modified. So watch the difference. If I click on this link, on this icon, I got in this status bar up here, the control bar, I get certain choices. If I click on this link, I have other choices. Not link, but if I click on this icon here, I have a different set of choices. So each one of these that I touch over here will give me a whole different set of choices to modify that. For example, if it's a brush, then I might want to make it a big fuzzy brush or a tiny skinny brush. And this is where I'll make those choices, okay? So we're going to be experiencing that in a minute. But once you're done selecting your tool and modifying it here, then over here on the far right is we have all the panels that we're going to be using to modify our image further. And this is the one that I'm want to talk about right now, because what I see here is probably not what you're seeing. Every time you get to this place, you will see different things depending on what workspace you're in. So everyone head over to the right side, top side of your screen, and you'll see this little icon, the icon that is giving me, how do you call it? Workspaces. So I'm going into Photoshop here, and I'm going to, no, I'm sorry, I'm talking at VDI. I'm looking at VDI here, which because of the computer glitching had closed off. When I click this, when I show this on a Mac, I have to move my Zoom, people. Give me a second. I need to move my Zoom over here so that you guys can see it. Okay, so now when I click on that, I see the word essential, motion, painting, photography, graphic, and web. When I slip over to motion, you see how my entire screen has changed? When I go back here and I click painting, my entire screen has changed again. What is available to me changes, right? What choices I have to modify or work with this image changing according to what I'm about to do. If I'm about to go and make this into something that's a web page and I go to graphic and web, which is a lot of what we're going to be using here in this class, then we get text and we get whole bunches of tools. Essential, we were going to be going between photography and graphic and web, and those are the tools that we're going to want. Now notice that when I went, now I'm in photography. Look at how many more tools I have here on the left side. Before I just had a few, now I have a ton. So it's not just this obvious thing that changes, but it's this thing on the left side as well. What tools I have available change as well. Okay, so what's important is for you to know that when you open Photoshop, for us, we're going to all be in the exact same workspace. So head over to Essentials, and for now, let's choose Graphic and Web. Graphic and Web. Okay, so the goal of this is that everyone should have the exact same tools, and I'm going to reshare to have just Photoshop and screen right now because I was having too much going on. I need to close. Okay, there we go. Just graphic and web. Okay, so now if your computer has exactly the same tools as mine, please let me know. I am aware because of different resolutions that you might be seeing less of it. Like you might be seeing only the beginning of that and not going all the way down here. But just if it looks very similar to mine, please give me a yes. If you're a completely different place and you can't see at all what I'm seeing, then either give me a no or raise your hand. Okay. I'm seeing some yeses, but not a lot of yeses. Libby and Vince and Patricia, how's it going with you? Hello?
Sorry, I got interrupted for a second. Could you tell me what you need me to do? I've got into the right workspace and all that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you're in the graphic and web workspace and that you're seeing the same files, the same tools that I am seeing.
Yes.
Vince, what's your question?
I got logged out, so I'm back in now. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, it's just a bummer. It keeps happening. It's anyway. Yeah. So
I have the picture back here. Let me share my screen.
okay.
While the other person, oh, okay, here. I'm supposed to be in Bridge right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it doing this?
Go ahead and share your screen.
I'm trying. It says you cannot start share screen while the other participant is sharing. They're there. Okay, there we go.
That you're sharing, and then you
okay. It keeps wanting to do this. I
keeps wanting to do what?
See how it's got the box?
Yeah, because you're not supposed to open from there. You have to open from the little image, the one in the middle. That's a focus image. I'll show you later. Go back. You had it there. Scroll down, keep going down. There it is. Oh, you passed it. Go up again. There it is on the left side, that one. That's where you double click from. So go ahead and double click from there. Yep. Okay. Perfect. There you go. Now say, try later. Okay, and now at the very top of above where you see all that red color, where you see a bunch of red, and it might be that you have your zoom tools in the way, but at the very top, yeah, you might have zoom in the way on the right side. inside of Photoshop. So now way on the top with the tabs ever. I'm talking about in the gray area. Everything you see that's gray. Okay, the top right of the gray. Go to the farthest right of your gray. Far
Oh,
right.
right.
You have zoom in there. So that's why I'm saying that you need to have your stuff filling only half your screen, because right now Zoom is in the way. Yeah, so no, don't click on any of those things there, please, because all you're gonna do is keep getting dropped out of VDI. Do not click on, listen to me, everyone who's
yes.
on VDI, do not click above anything that's gray. Anything above gray is your web browser allowing you to access VDI. So the moment you click above there, you fall out of VDI, okay? So we're gonna always stay inside of the gray. And now go to the furthest right of the gray that you can with zoom out of the way. And if not, move the zoom boxes out of the way. You can minimize them clicking on the little X. And then once you've moved them out of the way. Yeah, that's the only thing that I can't say. I know that people who have trouble seeing things over there is because they have zoom. Okay, now go all the way to, do you see the red color? The big old red color. Okay, now right above that, you see the word share. Right above that.
Yes.
Now to the right, go one icon. No, straight to the right from share, the last one more to the right. There we go. Click on that. And now we'll switch to graphic and web. Okay, great. Now that's where we are. Now, because you can see on his screen that you're not seeing as much as I am seeing on mine, and that has to do with the resolution of the screen that you're on, right? So we want to be able to get some things out of the way so that we can get down to the layers, because I see the word layers way at the very bottom of your screen, of the gray area. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you now next how to change the sizes of these panels so that you can all see the necessary panels. I'm going to stop your share. Patricia, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I just got booted off. So I apologize. Could you bring me up to speed? I mean, I follow everything you're doing on your end, but I lost it.
Where are you now?
Let's see. Here I am, share screen.
So I recommend that if you have a computer that can handle applications, as you can see what I said about VDI being pretty tricky, go ahead and share your screen.
I did.
No, you're not. You need to do also the next button. Yeah, there we go. It's two buttons.
There you go.
Oh, you're completely out. All right, so open a new tab and go back to VM View, and then you'll have to sign vmview.sbcc.edu.
VM View.
.sbcc.
Yeah.
No, not that way. You truly can't use Google. It won't work. Go back up to where it says, go there. Go, no, above. This is Google, which does not work. No, more up where it says the whole bunch of junk. Click in there, hit delete. And now vmview.sbcc.edu. Now hit return. It takes you to very different places if you use Google. Do you use bookmarks? Can you bookmark this place so that you don't have to keep looking for it? Go ahead and bookmark this spot. Okay. For anyone to the right, mark this tab. Okay. Just say okay. And then now go ahead and get in, and I'll let you do it on your own. When you're back into Photoshop, let me know. Okay. All right. So sometimes Google VDI drops you, but most of the time what happens is you guys go into the tabs trying to click an X here or there, and you end up closing the VDI tab. So yeah, that it can be either one reason or the other that things like that happen. And it's very frustrating no matter which reason for which it happens. It's still frustrating. But there you go. At least you have the applications. That's kind of the pay off, so to say, that we need to deal with. All right. So I'm going to share my screen again. And as I said, right now, today, we're just getting acquainted with if you want the similarities of the three of the different programs and to make sure that you can all open all the programs. And the similarities are that on the left side, you're all gonna have your main tools. Each one of these is gonna be modified up here in Photoshop, but you'll notice, and in InDesign, but not so much in Illustrator. I'm gonna show you that in a minute. Over here, when you go to the right, you have panels. I'm seeing all the way down. I see the word character over there, libraries over there, layers over here. If you don't see any of these, because as in Vince's cases, they're rolled down, then you have to make space, say, to go down to the bottom one. So let me show you. If I'm not about to write anything yet, so I don't need character right now, I can just double click the word character and it collapsed. Now what I mean by collapsed, it's still there. If I click it one time, it'll pop up again. But by double clicking, it collapses to give me space to access my other stuff. If I'm not using libraries, and by the way, libraries has 3 other tabs: properties and layer comps, libraries, properties and layer comps. If I go up to character and open it up again, I have paragraph and glyph. So these are like sets within the same set of tools. If I double click character, all of these close up. So now I'm going to double click on libraries so that all of those close up, and then layers, which was way at the bottom, finally is way at the top. So that's a way that you can use to be able to access things that you need to see. Another thing, and what I'm showing you right now is the stuff that will be identical in all 3 programs. We're going to go open each one of the 3 programs today that we're going to use, and we're going to see how, in what way these are the same. Then we're going to double click again to get this other one, which might be filling the whole space. So another way to move things around is to go into that in between, like here's layers and here's this big one for libraries. If I put my mouse right in between these 2 panels, I get a double-headed arrow. See that? I can close and just drag up a little bit. So I'm hiding a bit of one and seeing a bit of another. So all of these you can move around in different ways to make them fit your screen. All right. One last thing. You don't have tools only down here. You also have tools in this thin little column right there. And when you use one of these tools, it kind of pops out to the left. And to get it to hide again, you click on it again. So this one pops out to the left, and then you hide it, and it pops out to the left, and you hide it. Click, 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 click. We're going to be adding more to these as we need, but this is the basic way in which you use any or all of Photoshop. Now, I'm going to give you just a quick peek into all the other programs, and then we're going to take our break, which should have happened quite a while ago. But just very quickly, I want everyone to test opening up Adobe Illustrator and how you do that. If you're on a Mac, you'll go up again to, your search or whatever it might be, and ask for Adobe Illustrator. I'm going to go ahead and click on Adobe Illustrator here, and then I'm going to stop my share, and I'm going to go to show you guys how to do this on VDI, because I have a lot of VDI people here. So on VDI, if you want to, so down here we have Bridge and Photoshop, and now I'm asking you to open Illustrator. So what you're going to do is go down here, type to search the word Illustrator, or I kind of like going to this little window there and just looking at all the Adobe things, and there's Adobe Illustrator. So you can scroll up and down to find the different Adobe things you need because they show up at the top, or you can just write the word Illustrator. Either way, let's all click and open Adobe Illustrator. Once Adobe Illustrator opens up, we're going to, let me share this screen, meaning I'm showing your other screen. Once it opens up, ideally, you always want to have them fill the screen, just like these two. It's taking its time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a little bit about Illustrator, and then I'm going to have us open InDesign and go on our break, because InDesign takes even longer to open up. So we're going to open up InDesign and then let it open up while we're on our break, okay? Because This one takes a while, and InDesign takes even longer. And this is why we don't want to be closing apps and opening apps. We just want to be always having them already at the down in the tabs, ready for us to just open it really quickly. Okay. Wow. I'm gonna stop my share because when I'm sharing, it's even slower. On my computer, it's already opened, but on VDI, it's taken forever. So I'm gonna go ahead and share my computer while it's slowly opening on VDI. So here we are now. I'm on the Mac, and here I was in Photoshop. And if I go down to my dock and click on AI, here is how Illustrator seems to start right now, because I don't have anything open. And I'm going to click on new file. We're not going to do anything special. We're just going to straight to the bottom and say create. Straight to the bottom of this window and say create. Just so that we can have a blank file ready to open up. Yours will look different than mine. Trust me, don't worry about that. Just go and do that. And now I'm going to stop my share. And I'm going to go to my other screen so that I can share VDI, because finally Illustrator just finally popped up in VDI. So I'm going to go ahead and okay, there we go. And here's my VDI. So when Illustrator first opens up, every time you have never opened up your computer, it keeps trying to tell you what's new. But for people who are new to Illustrator, the new stuff is always very advanced. So you don't need to know this right now. Go and click on this little X to get rid of the what's new. And then here we are. This is the welcome to Illustrator. And we're going to click on new file. Once we're in new file, we're gonna spend a lot of time on this window later. Right now, we're gonna go straight to the bottom of this window and we're gonna say create. And what we want when we say create is just a blank file and access to seeing what Illustrator looks like. Okay, so for some reason, which is very crazy, my yeah, perfect. When I'm saying for some reason that's crazy, I'm actually meaning that for some reason that's Illustrator tends to want to take forever to open, and InDesign is worse. So give me a yes if you have opened a basic blank file in Illustrator, because I know some of you are still trying to battle the system. Okay. I'm seeing yeses from almost everyone. Vince and Patricia, Libby. Yeah, one of you guys who hasn't said yes, speak up so I can see what's up.
I'm just.
Okay. You're what? You don't. Do you need to share?
I hate being always behind, but this is just doing this online is just so ambiguous versus in person.
Yeah. Well, mainly it's not so much the online or in person, it's the fact that you're on VDI that makes it.
Are you going to be teaching this in the summer or maybe in the fall in person?
And in the fall, yes. In the summer, it'll be online again. Go ahead and share your screen and I'll help you catch up. I don't want to have people not take the class, but I'm tempted to just say at this point that you can only take it if you can buy the applications, because it does make things.
I would like to take it, but I would just like to do it when it's.
Okay, can you stop for a minute?
Okay, yes.
Close that window there.
This
you have in front of you. Yep. Move your mouse. I need to see your mouse. Where are you? Where's your mouse? Yeah, there we go. Okay, go up to the white part where it says discover and close it. You're just not in Illustrator yet. Move up. And click. Yeah, click that. Okay, so what we're going to do right now is we're going to, yeah, okay, go over, down. No. down where this is, you're inside of Photoshop. We're gonna go to the search of Windows search. So down, down, down to the taskbar, which is that black
Bridge.
tab at the very bottom. Okay, now go to the left, left, left to the big white box that says type here to search. That's your Windows search. It's equivalent to the Mac Spotlight. Go, keep moving your mouse. I don't see your mouse moving to the bottom, bottom, bottom. When I say go to the left, you guys keep parallel. So down, there's a white box that says type here
Oh.
to search. There we go. This is where you will always open applications from. Illustrator, there it is. Now go up to the very top and click on that word that says open, up, 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 up,
Oh.
up. That one. Perfect. Now, for those of you who have it open, go to the dock and say, right click. You need to click on that or it won't open. You
Oh, I
need to
did.
Start open. There. Now that I see the little zzz going around, it's beginning to open. Once it opens, go to the dock. If you're on VDI and say right click pin to taskbar. Those of you who are on a Mac, say right click options, keep in dock. Okay. So that's what you're going to do. So now go to the taskbar, go down Vince to the taskbar, say right click, pin to taskbar. Good. So now you'll never have to go search it in any other way. You will have it right here. Okay. Once this opens up, which is going to take a long time, you're going to say file new create. And yes, Vince, you do come to some of my other in-person classes, and I know that for some people in-person is easier. On the other hand, some people here live in Lompoc and LA, and Zoom is easier. So this is the best we can do.
I know.
Again, it's about VDI. So if anyone has a chance, again, I keep saying to buy the applications, your life will become much simpler. All right. Everyone else, do you have an open file? If so, I'm aware because of how
Oh
long
my,
that we're a little bit. What's happening, Vince? Just tell me.
just said it quit because of an unknown error
All right, then just
right
wait.
there.
Then just wait. Just a really quick showing that on Illustrator, the workspace looks very similar. On the left side, I have my main tabs. On the top, I have some other stuff if you're in VDI.
Yeah. Why don't you go on without me and I'm just going to watch?
I am going on, so just watch.
Okay. Okay.
I'll help you with the disconnect later. I'm gonna go ahead and show you that this is the main task bars. And over on the right side, we have again the properties, the layers, just a whole bunch of other stuff. I want to make sure that everyone clicks on the little double-headed arrow if you're on a PC to have the whole thing fit your screen. And if you're on a Mac, you'll go to the little green button that's on the left side. I'm going to show you when I go to fill your screen. All right. So here again, we have the panels on the right side. We have the things on the little column. And then right here, we have all the different workspaces. So if I go to painting, I'll get one set of stuff. If I go to, whatever it is that I change in here, it gives me different tools. I say this so many times that many of you have heard it, but it's like you are in an art studio that has the possibility of doing everything you can ever imagine. And this time you're going to go and work on web stuff. So you go to web and you pull out the tools for, say, weaving. And then you pull out the tools for watercolors and so on and so forth. In real life, here what we do is we change our workspaces. Let's head over to basically the word essentials. If you have changed a few, go ahead and try and see how, and then go sit in essentials. And we're just going to sit right there and do nothing. What we're going to do now is, you know what? We're going to skip InDesign today. We're going to take our break and I'll open InDesign to just show you that it looks the same. That's it, but we're not going to really use it. So I just want to show you that the similarities are that we're going to basically be in Photoshop for the first day, for the first times. And everything I show you in Photoshop is the same. So if you learn it in Photoshop, it'll be the same for you in Illustrator and in InDesign. So it's not like you need to learn from scratch 3 different applications. But then we'll go on to Illustrator. And what you learn in Illustrator is going to be the same as InDesign, because InDesign and Illustrator are identical or almost identical. versus Photoshop is a little bit more different. So I'm going to just show you really quick because I'm afraid that VDI won't be able to open the 3 apps at the same time. So I'm just going to do this thing. So here I am I have opened InDesign. And just so you can see, InDesign is very similar. On the left side, you have the main tools. If I select one of these tools, I'll have over here different ways to modify it. And then here I have my little column that has some other stuff. Again, if I do this, things pop out. And then at the very top, and this is a little bit different, instead of having the little box, sometimes you'll have the word, and it'll be able to take you to, if you're making a printing and proofing, or if you're doing typography, you're going to do different tools. If you're doing book, you'll have different tools, et cetera, et cetera. Again, we're going to head down to the word essentials, but just climb through a few of those just so that you can see how things change. And then we're going to revert back to essentials. Now, for those of you who have a computer that has the capacity to open InDesign, please do it. But if not, we're just going to not work in InDesign right now. We're just going to work. And now I'm going to go. This is the main thing I want you to know. But go to the taskbar. You can flip between Illustrator, InDesign, and Photoshop. Photoshop, we opened a photo instead of a blank file. But you can see how similar they all are as far as how they look outwardly. So, which is why I recommend not having kind of one on top of the other, not ever doing this, where you see one, then you hide the other, then you go back to the first one. That's like horrible. Not only do you end up hiding your tools, but then you can never know which one you're in because they're too similar. So I recommend not doing that. I recommend having all of them in this mode where you hit the green button right there and it expands and fills your screen. And then when you do that to all 3 of them, then you can easily change your from application to application by going to the dock. Let me share my entire screen with you. And I have Zoom here on the right, which is why you don't see it filled. And then I'll just go InDesign, Photoshop, Bridge, Illustrator. See how they all fill the same spot, right? And that's ideally what you're going to do because you're never going to be in 2 at the same time. You're going to be in Photoshop and you're going to send a photo into Illustrator, and you're going to be in InDesign and you're going to go back to Photoshop. But you won't necessarily ever need both up exactly at the same time. You will be linking them. But so this is the way I want you guys to have your computers set up. Now, I know that just opening all of those, you know, I kind of cycled through them rather quickly because all I wanted to show you was the similarities. If there's any question about what I just showed you, which is the panels, the going into the different workspaces, this is a good time to, you know, to ask me. And if not, we will go on our break. So I'm going to clear your answers to make sure that you can raise your hands or not. And if you have a question right now, raise your hands or say no if it's not working for you or something like that. All right. Okay. I don't see any questions, so let's take a break and we'll take 20 flip. We're going to have a very little bit of time left when we come back though. Let's just take 20 minutes. We've had so many interruptions and so much stuff happening this morning that I want you all to just take a 20-minute break. So it's 12:51. So we'll be back at 1:10. Okay. So I'm going to write that. Be back at 1:10 p.m. 1:10 p.m. and I wrote 1:20. I always put the time in the chat. If you ever wonder what time do you need to get back, check on the chat. Oh, that says 1:11, but it's a typo. I meant to say 1:10, whatever. 1:11. Okay. For those of you who have a computer who can open InDesign, please do that. VDI people, what's going to happen is you're probably going to end up getting disconnected, which is why I didn't really care too much, Vince, if you got disconnected, because when you come back from break, I'll probably have to have you connect again because it stays on for 15 minutes and then it turns itself off. Okay, see you guys in 20 minutes. All right, I'm back. We still have another minute, but just in case you can hear me, if you're out there and you want to get yourself walking towards the computer, please do that. And when you're here, give me a little show of life by saying yes. And or turning on your camera, then I can see your show of life. So those of you who are on VDI, you're probably going to have to connect again to VDI. So Vince, I see you're there. Patricia, I think Vince, you said you'd been kicked out. No, Patricia had been kicked out. Did you connect again, or do you need support with that?
I think I'm just gonna watch if that's okay. I think I can, if I just observe what you're doing.
Yeah, it's yeah, I'm for example having to connect again because after 15 minutes it disconnects on its own. So if you're back, please give me a yes. If not, I won't know you're here. So Libby and Kirk, are you there? I'm seeing just about everyone else. And I'm only asking because I know Kirk is on VDI too, and you might need a hand getting back. So if you're there, Kirk, please speak up or say yes or whatever it might take so that I can help you get back. Okay. Right. Well, I'll let you answer whenever you answer.
I'm here. I don't know why my reactions aren't working.
Okay, well, at least you can speak, so good, you're here. Awesome.
There it is.
Does anyone who's on video need help reconnecting, or are you all good? All right, if you don't need reconnecting, then I'm assuming you're all good. All right, so the only intention behind having us open in InDesign, Illustrator, and Photoshop at this point was to see their similarities. Their differences are what we're going to focus on, though, in the sense that we're going to use one for a different purpose, right? And the first thing that we're going to do is work with Photoshop. And as I said, the learning curve will be more gradual as we move into apps because the basics are the same. So first of all, I want a show of hands. If you have used Photoshop in the past, please raise your hands. If you have never used it, please say no. Or actually not raise your hand. Say yes if you've used it. Say no if you haven't used it. The yes and no. And if for some reason these things aren't working, then speak up. Okay, so most of you seem to have worked with Photoshop before. Some of you I know a lot and some of you beginning. Okay, who's JS? Oh, Jinsu. You're on your VDI, looked for the two-factor authentication. Okay, got it. Sorry, I'm listening to what's happening in the chat. Good, so most of you have Photoshop knowledge. How about Illustrator? If you've used Illustrator, say yes. If you've never used it, say no. All right, so basically most of the people who are new to me are no, which makes sense. And if you've ever used InDesign, again, if you've taken this class, probably it's a yes. If you haven't, is a no. Okay. Oh, Kirk has used InDesign. That's true. You said that at the very beginning. You said you'd done a bit of layout. Okay. Not Patricia and not Amy. Okay, good. Thank you. So Photoshop, as I said before, is for anything that you want to create on something that usually exists. And when I say usually, because yes, you can make a painting in Photoshop starting from scratch. You can do that. You can do vector files. You can do that. You can do text. But that's not the big thing that Photoshop does. The big thing that Photoshop does is alter, modify, or make photos look better, or composite, putting things that are missing, taking things that you don't want, taking away things you don't want, things like that. So that's mainly Photoshop's job. Also, in Photoshop is where we resize an image to make it be perfect to be either printed or put on the web. So we're going to export all of our assets for any project, be it a brochure or be it a web page, from Photoshop. As long as it's a photo, it's been worked out of Photoshop. Illustrator is where I said we create things. And the big difference, you just saw the pixels, right? And you saw how the pixels don't let me have a straight line. I didn't actually share this yet, but let me go ahead and show you that just really quickly, if you want to do this too. When you go up, when you try to zoom in to this image, and I'm going to go and hold down my space bar and go down to the thing that I think might be straight. Like, for example, over here, this should be a straight line, right? I mean, technically this is a straight line. And when I keep zooming in, then I discover that even a straight line is really composed of these pixels. And there's no clear beginning and ending to any object, okay? So that you need to keep defining. And this isn't really a completely vertical straight line. It's almost, so you might think it's because of that, but no. Even if I make a pure straight line out of pixels, it'll have kind of these edges where it blends into the rest of it. Now, can I make a straight line that's completely sharp in Photoshop? Yes. So if you need vector tools, you can do them. But the tool that we're going to use for vector tools is Illustrator. Vector files, and I'm bringing Illustrator, but I'm having I've got some things going on here with Illustrator. Okay, so here's Illustrator. And this is the place where we're going to create that sharp, straight, perfect line, which is completely invented by a human or now by artificial intelligence. It's not something that exists in reality. That said, we're also going to put photos in here and turn them into illustrations. And that's what we call a vector file. And it can be completely sharp. There's another big difference that we're going to talk after next week when you guys read about the resolution, where there's a limit to what we can do with a photo in Photoshop. I've already said some photos work and some don't, how big you can get and how small you can get them, versus in Illustrator, all files can be resized no matter that you made it small as a postage stamp. You can end up having it as big as a billboard, okay? And it will be just as sharp and just as good no matter what size it is. So that's Illustrator for you. And then InDesign, which I don't have open in NVIDIA, but I have it open here. The big special thing about InDesign, let me actually click on InDesign, here we go. The big special thing about InDesign is that we use it for doing layouts. And so when I say layouts, some people have called it desktop publishing or something like that. It's when you create a flyer, a book, a brochure. Yes, you can create apps, you can create layouts for ebooks, you know, there's just, you know, a business card. What the thing about all these projects is that you combine elements from your different apps and put them together in InDesign to create that final piece. And so I will bring in a photograph and I'll bring in a logo that I created in Illustrator, a photograph that I fixed in Photoshop. I'll add some text. We'll create 10 pages of that. We'll figure out how it folds. And when we're done, we'll kind of export it out to be printed. And so this is where we put all of our assets together into that final piece. And some people go, well, I've used Illustrator for that all my life. And it's true that in so many ways, Illustrator and InDesign overlap when it comes to layout. But in InDesign, you can't create the things like you create them in Illustrator. So for creating, you go to Illustrator, and for layout and InDesign, because InDesign has 10 times more options and choices, or 100 times more options and choices for laying out. And in particular, it works for anything that's multi-page. The other day, someone was commenting, they received a designer friend of mine, they received a catalog that had been created by someone else that had 101 pages. And each one of those was a page in Illustrator, and they were just tearing their heads out. Yes, I would too. You would have to basically redo that whole catalog to make any changes. If you're going to do anything that's more than 2 pages, definitely do it in InDesign, and do not even think of using Illustrator for that, because that's what Illustrator is not made for. But yes, can you use this to make a poster? Can you make just a flyer? Yes. Yeah, it's fine if you do a 1-page item. But it's not the best, just as Photoshop is not the best for vectors, and you know, and InDesign, you wouldn't be creating logos. So each one has its specialty. We're gonna head back to Photo, where you all do have an open file. I haven't had you open other files right now because we're trying to just focus on the one thing. And what we're gonna do is this one. We're just gonna do 1 or 2 really quick changes to this image that are very basic, that'll give you an idea of what kind of things can be done for an image to get better. First thing that we're gonna do is, if you look at this image, there's one thing that bugs me. And it's this stuff here that's entering into the photo, and that line there that's in the way. I'm not so bugged by that, after all, that's pinkish and whatever, but that and that kind of seem intrusive. So we're going to go ahead and use some retouching tools. Now, the most important thing is that if I retouch it right here, right now, and you guys haven't yet done any retouching, but imagine that I was to do some retouching in here. Hold on, I'm in my essentials tools, right? I seem to be. Oh, I left us in graphic and web. Okay, I'm gonna go back to photography. All right, so in graphic and web, the tools are not there overtly, and I'll just show you in a minute where you would get them from. So let's, just to make it easy, because graphic and web assumes that we've already done the retouching. Let's go up to the workspace and go back to photography for a second. So workspaces, I had told you to stop in graphic and web, move back to photography. And just really quickly, I'm going to use this top Band-Aid here icon, which is kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down under the die dropper, because there's 3 Band-Aids. So it's the first Band-Aid, which is the spot healing brush tool. And now don't do anything, just wait me out, okay? This is when I show it first, and then I have you guys do it, because I'm going to show you what not to do first. And what not to do, even if you know how to use the tool, and you were to do like this right now. Tell me, did it work? Did that kind of disappear? I'd say it worked. But the problem with doing it this way is that I changed this on the existing layer right there. If I look at my layer, it's gone. I'm going to undo that. And I would never want to change my original photograph. What if I do a bad job and later I want to come back and fix it and do a better job? So we're going to do this in a non-destructive way. And this is the only way that I teach you to use Photoshop, which is to be non-destructive with all your changes. Meaning you'll do your changes on a different layer and keep this bottom one intact. So let's head down. Now everyone do this with me. Now this is when everyone does it with me. I'm going to close the adjustment so that you can see better. At the very bottom of the screen, most of you have it. I'm forcefully putting it up here. Y'all have the Layers tab. Now at the bottom of the Layers tab, way down here, you will see a little plus sign, tiny plus sign right in between a little trash can and a folder. There's a little box, and it's hard to even see that it's a plus sign, but there's a little box. Let's click on that one time and one time only, and you'll see that I've created a new layer. All right, everyone who has a new layer, a new blank layer, please give me a yes. I'm going to make sure that everyone's following before I continue. Okay, and if you don't know how to create that new layer or where I went, especially if this is new to you, or if you've never used it for layered work, then let me know. So give me yeses all around, especially if I don't know your experience. Like I've never worked with Patricia, for example. So I would like to know how you're doing. Eric already, Kirk already said, I don't know why I called you Eric. Kirk already said that he's good with it. So Patricia, if you're there, let me know. And now this is where I'm going to make my changes. Okay. So I'm going to head over to the tool and first modify my tool up here. How do I modify it? In a couple different ways. First, the first thing I'm going to do beyond whatever else is click on sample all layers right there. Click on that check mark. That is crucial. Everyone who says this doesn't work for me is because they forgot to turn this on. So please turn this on. Why do I want that on? Because now I can sample on the bottom layer. If not, it would only fix things on my layer, and there's nothing in this layer. Everything is down here. So we're sampling all layers. Now, I'm going to go ahead and choose that. When I've chosen that tool, I need to go up here and change something else, which is size and fuzziness. But I've had a much better way to show you how to change size. My mouse right now is moving this around and it's a circle. And that's the size of the brush that I'm going to use. Now, if you head to your keyboard, you need to find the hard bracket keys. And if you have no idea what a hard bracket key is, go to the letter P, and then to the right of the letter P, you will see the hard bracket keys or the bracket keys. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the left one to make my brush smaller, and I'm going to click the right one to make my brush bigger. So I'm going to go tap, 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 and tap, 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 or I can just click and hold and it'll go up really fast, click down to go really fast. So that's the best way to change the file size. There's a bunch of other ways. This is the easiest one. For you to be efficient in Photoshop, you need to have one hand on your mouse, one hand on your keyboard, and we'll be doing shortcuts all the time. And in this case, we're going to modify this to be, you know, a big-ish, I don't know, about yay size. Now, I don't want to say a size because for everyone it'll be a little bit different. But if you want to know what size you're using, it's measured in pixels. And right here it says 125. That means that this brush is able to capture 125 pixels side to side. If I want it to be smaller, I'll go minus, and then it's 90 pixels, right? So anyway, right now, that's all that matters. I'm going to go ahead and with this tool on layer 1, I'm going to go ahead and drag again. I'm going to go a big old drag, and I'm going to stop right before I get to that, and I'm going to let go. And I'm going to look over here and go, does that look like that is gone now? To say the truth, when I said I didn't like it, it did give the photo some depth to have that. Now it kind of looks like it's flat, like there is no depth to it. So I'm just doing this as a demonstration, not necessarily because I think it's a better choice. Before I continue, I see some hands up. So Kirk, you're first. What's your question?
I don't have sample all layers. In that space I have, it says type and then some icons.
Same thing here.
Okay, so for some people, and here, share your screen, because for some people, when the window is small, it gets compressed and it looks like this little column. Go ahead and share your screen and I'll show you. Yeah, so because your window is much smaller and compressed, the icons collapse themselves. So one more to the right, one more to the right, one more, that one. That's the sample all layers. Click on that, and that will work now. Now, if you just move your mouse out and move it back on, like not to click, move it away and then move it and hover over. I'm going to show you how to see the tooltip. Just hover, don't click, and see it's the name of it comes out. Sample clone data from compound data. Okay, so that is a different name for the same thing. So you have to hover over a tool to get that little tooltip, which lasts just a little bit and goes away. But first you need to leave it, you know, and then hover, and it lasts, I don't know, 3-5 seconds, and then it disappears. Okay. In case you want to know what all these are, just go hover over them for a little bit and read them, and they'll tell you what they are. But there's no need to click on them. Just hover. See, there we go. And it takes a little bit, and then it takes them. Okay, so now go back and select the sample all layers one, and there you go. So that answered it for you too then, I guess, Amy?
Yes, was there anything else we were selecting? Because it did look different than yours.
That's what we were selecting.
Okay,
And what we're gonna do now is click on our bad area, so to say, the area that we're trying to correct. And we're going to end up with hopefully a corrected, or let's say that area that had a big gray thing should look pretty white. And if that worked for you, give me a yes. If that's not working for you or something's wrong, give me a no.
and we paint it?
Yeah, you're just gonna drag your mouse. Here, let me share my screen over here, because now I'm about to do it on the VDI, because I had done it on let me share my other screen. And here it is on VDI now. Okay, and oh, I had already done it. So here is doing it on a new layer. I clicked on a new layer. Then I make sure over here that my tool says sample all layers, or in your case, that little kind of stacked person, the stacked little icon. And then I'm going to go and make it not too big, but in this case, there's a gradient around. So you need to go quite big. Most of the time we want to go really small, but there's a good gradient around here that needs to be taken care of. So I'm going to just, if you single click one time, right? In this case, since it's a line, it won't work. So what you're going to do is you're going to click and drag across that line. Do not touch the flowers, and then let go. Okay, and that has been eliminated. And I'm going to go again a little bit more, because I still see a little gradient there, until I'm happy with it. Now, the other one that I'm going to eliminate is this. And sometimes on edges, things are harder, but we're going to go up and down, and we're not going to let go our mouse. And once we let go, then it's going to take care of that little edge, which are just the two things I said I wanted to do. Now that won't work for this. If I were to want to get rid of that cup, I'm going to have, it's going to end up messing up my flowers because they're touching. So there's other tools we can use, but the simplest one is this one that I showed you. Now, once you've done that, and if it's worked, if it hasn't worked, raise your hands, let me know. But I want to show you over here what's happening. In the layers, and now I'm pointing to the layers, I'm way down here. If I turn this eyeball off, right there, eyeball off, I see those lines again, right? And if I go turn it on, I don't see them. This is what we say, it's a non-destructive modification, because it didn't happen on the real image, it happened on a different layer. Watch what's going to happen if I turn the bottom eyeball off by clicking on this little eyeball. And then the only thing I see in layer one are these two kind of grayish areas. They're hard to see, but that's what we created. That's what we created, and it's covering up the gray stuff. Does that make sense? So we're doing it on a separate layer, which means that this file now is going to be not able to be at this point anymore saved as a JPEG, because it is now a layered file. It has a second layer to it. All right. Anyone who isn't figuring out how to turn on or off these eyeballs, let me know. And if you do, and if it worked, then and if you were able to hide let's call them blemishes, they weren't really, but the things that we just took out, go ahead and let me know. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to double click on the word layer one. Just double click, pointing your mouse to it, just there, not on the gray part, but just on the word layer one. And we're going to call this one, and if you ever want to know what tools are called, when I was showing work, if you hover over something, it'll give you the tooltip, it'll give you the name. Why is this one's not showing me the names? It's interesting. This is the spot healing tool brush, but I don't know why the tooltip isn't working right here. But anyway, let's just call this one spot healing brush tool, not tool brush. And I'm going to now hit return. And then this is telling me what I did and what this is doing to that one. Now, this was a tiny little change, but we can do amazing amounts of changes. But the things that I'm trying to teach you today is the core of the files, meaning this is not now possible to save it as a JPEG because a JPEG has to be a flat file. And this is not a flat file anymore. I have something else open here. What was it? Oh, that was me doing before. Okay. Flat means just that, like background that is locked. This is 2 layers is not a flat file anymore. If I were to save this and create a JPEG out of it, then these would flatten themselves and I would have my new image, but I would not have my old one back. I would completely erase forever the possibility of making this better or changing this in any way, shape, or form, or getting that shape back, which right now, all I need to do is turn this eyeball off and there I have my line back, right? So we want to keep this master file, and I'm going to talk a lot about these files because we're going to keep working them within Illustrator and within InDesign. We can keep working on these layered master files to make them do whatever we want them to do. So we're going to save them. We're going to go to File, Save. And normally when you want to create a new file, you go to Save As. But I'm just going to choose Save to show you that even if all I do is save, the computer knows that it can't just save it because it's a JPEG. It needs to be converted into a PSD. So for people who are on a VDI or on a PC, what's going to happen over here is that it's going to have the file name there and it'll say Save as Type Photoshop right there. On a Mac, it's exactly the opposite. I'm going to show you in a minute. But right now what we need to do is make sure on the left side here, you want to click on My Drive. And if you don't see My Drive, then you need to click on Google Drive and then double click on My Drive, okay? You wanna find the folder that you are working with. I have so many folders in My Drive, I have to scroll down. You probably have only the one. And if so, double click on it. So you need to make sure that the file, by default, if you look up here, if it's already in there, it should be in the place that we opened it. So probably it's already there. And even if we don't change the name of this, it'll still not overwrite it because the extension will be different. But you might want to also still click in here and add to it. For example, you can just call this a spot healing brush tool, or just, you know, layered, you know, whatever you want to call this, retouching, right? Retouching, we just retouch this a little bit, and then say save. And when you say save, you should be getting a message that says optimize file, that right now it's not giving it to me, and you should say yes to that. I'm going to stop this share and show you how to save on a Mac. And let me say share the screen over here. And when I try to save the file from Photoshop in here, we don't see the save right there. It's way at the very top of our screen near the apple. Or I always want to use shortcuts. So Command S, okay, and for the PC it would have been Control S, that would have been save. And I highly recommend that you start learning all of these very basic, very necessary shortcuts. Hue saturation, the name is on top as opposed to the bottom that Windows does it on top. It gives me already the PSD. And by default over here, you should see that it already says the name of your file. By the way, I forgot to say, most of you will see this one first, which is the small version of where you save stuff in Photoshop. If you use just that one, and this still says Spring 2024 download, that's fine. You can just save there. If you want more control over it, you have to have it bigger. But I'm going to leave it there because this is perfectly fine. We're going to say save. And now let's all head back down to Bridge. And what you'll see in Bridge is that, did I go into the right folder? I have so many Spring folders that I need to make sure it's the right one. If you're in the right folder, and I changed mine, then you should see another one of these appearing right next to it because it's the same name but added. I need to go and figure out. I still have my old file folders. But the important thing is that when you go back into Photoshop over there, it'll say .psd. Now that is a layered file. we're gonna keep this one and we're gonna have it as our master file. Okay, we're not going to flatten it until we are, if necessary, until we're ready for printing. And even then, nowadays, before you had to flatten it, nowadays you can even leave it layered in order for printing. So we're gonna go through what the differences and changes are. I'm looking at my time, which is 1:40. I'm gonna say that although that A, yes, we're finally working in the apps. B, this was a frustrating day today. So I'm sorry for those of you who have been, you know, waiting so long, but maybe you guys can give me some ideas, because I thought that if I sent an email with instructions for everything they had to do, maybe we'd have an easier beginning day, but we didn't. So the beginning day is always so complicated because people need to do all of this. So I don't know, maybe the solution is not let people be on VDI. I don't know. But anyway, for better or for worse, we're finally at the place where we're beginning to work with these applications. We hopefully do a screenshot of this. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. So give me like an extra minute and post this. I need you to post this on the Padlet. So if you have 1 more minute, do it. And if not, if you need to leave, go ahead and do it later. But I'm in the chat. I just put the link to the Padlet again. So go ahead and click on the Padlet and it'll open up. And for those of you who are on VDI, hopefully you have the Padlet, but you won't do it inside of VDI. You'll do it in your regular computer. So if anyone wants to see how to do this, that's in VDI, I will share my screen and show you how to do it on VDI. So here's my entire screen that I'm sharing. Here's my entire desktop, right? And I'm in VDI. So we don't want to do this inside of VDI. It becomes much more complicated. You need to open a different tab, and hopefully you still have that tab open from before. And if you don't have that tab open from before, and see, this is a separate tab, I'm not inside of VDI, then go ahead and click and, you know, start a new tab. And there is where you can go to your history to bring up from your history, or go into your the chat and click on the chat, okay? Or go and copy and paste the address and paste it in there. But in one way or another, I want you to get to this on a separate tab, not in your VM view tab. And then, so the shortcut, the Command Shift and 4 for Mac people. And this is what I want. I don't want just the image. And what I want here is also your layers. So I'd love it if you can just select this image to show me that you got rid of those 2 areas. And I want you to do a screenshot to select all of the layers to show me that you've done it in a non-destructive way. So we're going to take a screenshot like that, and I'm happy to give a hand to people and how to do it. And then you're going to go into the into this place, click on the bottom, this little spot sign, and put your name. We're going to say that this was, I'm going to click over here to bring it from my desktop. I go to my desktop and I believe I can look at the time. That's the one. And then I'm going to write in here. Oh, no, that was the wrong one. Where did my screenshot go? There it is. Dropped it in here because I can see my desktop. You can see your desktop, just do that. And here I'm going to say that I use the retouching in a non-destructive way using a new layer and selecting sample all layers, then using the spot healing brush tool and saving as a layered PSD file. So that's basically what we've done here. Now I have to go in. Okay, and a .psd file, and then I'll publish. Now, as I said, you don't have to write all of that, but if it helps you to remember so that you can do it again, that's good. I'm gonna say that as a homework, first of all, I need everyone to post their pictures, post their screenshots of work done today. And then and then both images, thank you for showing how both images should show up in Bridge right now, Amy. You should see the original JPEG and then you should see the PSD, okay? Like that. I just had it saved into a different place. And visually they look the same. The only difference right now will be the JPEG and the PSD, but if you pay attention, this one is really small, but you can see that it's the retouched one. All right, this was done in a non-destructive way. And I need to make sure that everyone knows how to do that basic change and to save it as a layered file, because we're going to be from here on moving forward into what do we do with this layered file. And I want to make sure that you know how to post. And so I'm going to sit here and help you. Someone just posted something here, but they didn't give their name. So if you know that you wrote this and this is your post, please head back to this one, hit edit, and then write your name in there and then update it, because I don't know who this person is. Okay. So remember that the first thing you need to do at the top is your name. Jinsu, thank you. I see that you have the work, but I don't see the work done, Jinsu. Oh, she just left. Okay. See, showing me this shows me that the work hasn't been done, because I can see it's not been done, but also it doesn't show me the layers. So, you know, please show me your layers. And they're perfect. Everyone else's screenshots are wonderful. Good. So now I am going to sit here and say that anyone who's completely done is ready to leave. I see what you're saying, Libby. You're right. And sorry, you're fine. If you need to go, please go, because this is the end of class. If you still have questions, if you want me to explain anything, please hang in a little bit longer. I'm happy to stay. Now, VDI people, though, if you have, I need to show you how to back out correctly from VDI. So I'm going to demo it right here. Once you're in VDI, you need to close your files, but most importantly, you need to close up or disconnect your Google Drive. So anyway, this one, we're going to close this file. If you go to this little X right here, that closes it, and you'll go back to the beginning, and then you can close Photoshop from up to the right, which that's different on a Mac. On the Mac, you close from the left. On the PC, you close from the right. If you ever wonder, it's always opposite. Left is right, right top is bottom. Anyway, so I'm going to close Photoshop. And then we're going to close Illustrator, but most importantly, then all of this is disconnecting from Google. So let me just close everything really quickly. This one we didn't do anything to, so if it asks us to save, say no. We're going to close Bridge. So here's my two files next to each other. And watch, once you manage to close everything, we need to go, oh, I forgot to get my Adobe Illustrator in there. Okay. You go to this arrow. So all my VDI people go to this little bottom arrow there on the taskbar. Okay, click on that little arrow and you should see the Google Drive icon right there. Click on that and wait for me right there until everyone is here. So Kirk, Patricia, and Amy, and Vince, I don't know if you're there right now. Thank you, Saul. Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend, you too. Are you there? Kirk, Patricia, and Amy, have I lost you? Yes, for Amy.
I'm here still.
You're there?
Same here.
Okay.
All
right.
right.
Okay, you guys see how I have to wait to get your answers if you don't answer me?
Sorry.
You say yes so that it moves faster. The yeses and the nos make the task move faster. All right, so we're gonna go to this little gears, and I'm gonna click on gears, and we're not gonna quit, which is weird. We're gonna go to preferences, because instead of quitting, we're gonna disconnect. Go to preferences. And then here, you're gonna go to the gears again, and here you get a chance to disconnect your account. If you quit, you end up having to search for your Google Drive next time. If you disconnect your account and that's all you do, and it'll say disconnect, you'll say yes, disconnect. Then next time you open VDI again, you'll get the welcome to Google and you'll sign in again. This is crucial because if you don't do this at the end of the session, at the beginning of next session, if you have the old connection to Google Drive, your photos will all appear as if they are corrupted, which they're not. But you need to refresh the Google connection each time. So this will open up next time and you'll sign in again. That's the only thing you need to do it again. After that, you'll just click on Bridge, Photoshop, and Illustrator right here, and you'll be fine and ready to go. So now, we need to close up the VDI, and since this is a Windows computer, you need to go here to the Windows icon and head down to the little shutdown. And when you're here, click on the word power and shutdown, and we're gonna shut down this computer, not your computer, just VDI Windows computer is being shut down. It's like you're leaving the school lab and you shut down the computer and it's gonna say shutting down, but that's not VDI shutting down. That's just your student desktop is shutting down. It says you've been disconnected. You'll say close, and now you'll still be in VDI. So from VDI, we're gonna go over here and log out. All right, I'm gonna stop and wait for you guys to tell me that you got to this page and that you're all good. So once you disconnect Windows, you need to log out. Now, once you get good at doing this in and out, like my homework is get in and out of VDI, 10 times between here and next Friday, then this is just like click, click, click to get in, click, click, click to get out. Okay, so Amy, you're good. Patricia is good. Kirk, did you log
No,
out?
I lost you at the gear. I can't find a gear.
Okay, so let me have you share your screen because since mine is already closed, I can't share that part of it again. So share your screen and I will help you. And Dorothy, hang in there. I'm gonna look for your files, okay? So we'll do that I left you kind of without the files. All right, so go to that little tiny arrow in the bottom of the taskbar. To the right, keep going to the right, keep going to the right. There you go, that one. Click on that. And then you'll see the Google icon right there in the middle of right. Yes, the right one is the Google one, that one. Click on that one. Now go up to the gears, which are right straight up from you. You see, no. And this window that popped in, oh, you're moving it. Okay, that one, yeah. Click on that and go to preferences. No, preferences, yep. And then go to the gear again, kind of on the right side. No, stop, down, wait, move your mouse down. See your face? There's a little circle with your face. If you don't see it, okay, see the big blue cloud? Yeah, there, now to the left, there's the gears again. Okay, click on those gears and then disconnect account, which is the top, the first thing you see. Go to the right, yeah, that one, disconnect account, and then disconnect account again. Okay, so that's it for Windows, but now you need to, once this is down, that's for Google Drive. Now go down to the taskbar again to where you see the four corners Windows icon on the very far left. Click there. The first little icon is the shutdown icon. Click on that. Go up. No. One up from where you were. Like go back to the Windows icon. Go back to the Windows icon. The far, yeah. And now just there. Yeah, that's a power button. Click on power and now say shutdown. Go ahead and say shutdown anyway. Now say close. Okay, and now you need to disconnect from VDI. So at the very top where you see, at the top of the gray, go to the left and you'll see the Horizon logo. No, down, there. And now move to the furthest right and say okay, go to the furthest right. Where you saw the Horizon logo, where's your mouse? Go back to that Horizon logo. Yeah, and now there's 1, 2, 3, don't click on it. Say okay and don't click on it. I'm just saying that so that I know where to move your mouse to. Say okay to that. Okay, go back to the Horizon and don't click on the Horizon logo because each time you're here, and move to the right and you'll see 4 little icons. The furthest to the right, that one. Click on that. And then at the very bottom of that, it'll say log out. Cool. So these are 5 steps to log in and 5 steps to log out. I have a video showing you the 5 steps. I sent it to you in the email. Those of you who got in and out before starting the class, thank you. Now do that 10 times. And that's the homework for all VDI users. That way you can do this on your own, in and out before class starts. So when the class starts at 9 a.m., everyone's already there with Bridge open and ready to go. I don't know if I'll use each class. Sometimes I'll use Photoshop, sometimes Illustrator, sometimes InDesign. So you don't need to open those. Just have Bridge open from the taskbar. You click on that, it opens up. It's going to be pointing to the files. And by 9:05, hopefully maybe 9:10, we'll all be working on the files next Friday. Okay? If you have any questions over the week, you can email me. If it's like Photoshop or Illustrator questions and stuff like that, and it's a complicated answer, I will answer it during class next week. But if it's, you know, VDI, some issue like that, as long as I can try to help you. Otherwise, tech support at the bottom of my email, I told you all the ways to get to tech support. You can ask them for help. Yeah, and now I have Dorothy and Vince that I need to help you with files. Okay, so Vince, in your case, it's not like I need to help you. So everyone else is who if you want to stay in to hear the rest, fine, but class is officially over. Vince, I don't have a way to teach this class in person right now, right? So either you have to be able to get comfy with VDI, or yeah, you'll just have to watch and then do it after class, watching the video.
I think is what I'm going to do is wait until the fall when I can do it. Maybe I'll stay in, and I don't know.
You can just watch in and you'll absorb a lot of information, because
Okay.
yes, a lot of it is using the apps, but a lot of this class is understanding a lot about the
Yes.
industry, web industry, like
Yes.
how the files need to be handled. So
Yes. Yes.
not really where you're going to learn in depth how to use Photoshop, and it's not really where you're going to learn in depth how to use
Right,
all the
right.
apps. Rather, you're going to go, okay, so this is how I make a brochure, and I'm going to bring that logo I made in Illustrator in here, and the photo in here, and how you package them, how you send them to the printer, that kind of stuff. And there's a lot of learning in my talking. And
Right.
so you're welcome to stay and do the best you can to follow through
Yes.
later with videos. But other than that, yeah, that's, I think, the best idea. Or practice getting in and out of VDI and get comfy with it. And you might get a chance to use the actual applications, okay?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not the best ideal world. For those of you who are wondering, purchasing the subscription through College Buys is $50 for 6 months or $100 for a year. So if that's something that you can afford, and that, see, it went up. It's been for eons. It's been 40 and 80. And for the first time ever since they began doing this in 2012, it's gone up to.
Can you send that link?
Yeah, you got my first email, right?
I did, and I bookmarked it. Now it's not working.
Okay, so I'm going to send an email again with that information to everyone. And if you do purchase it, if your intention is to purchase it today, because it could take a week, sometimes a bit more, for the whole process, because you need to buy it with your pipeline account. They need to know that you are a student. They need to check in with the school. Then they release the information how to download it, which is through their system, not through Adobe. It's the exact same Adobe that everyone uses, and it's the entire Creative Cloud, but you have to follow their instructions because you're getting it ridiculously cheap. And so you have to, it's a California Community College Foundation that is giving you these prices, and you have to download it through their system, okay?
It's so worth it.
So worth it. It's ridiculously cheap in comparison. Otherwise, you'd be paying a ton of dollars a month. But it takes, sometimes 3 days, sometimes 10 days, depending on if there's a holiday or things like that. So hopefully you'll have it, if you do it today, hopefully you'll have it ready by next Friday. Okay. All right, Dorothy.
Where's the link? Is it in my email or
in the email? Not the one
pipeline or?
Yeah, and I sent your email, both. I send my emails to both your personal and your pipeline email.
Just
Let
now?
me, no, 10 days ago. So either to the pipeline or to the Gmail, Kevin's 2121@gmail. Both of those about 10 days ago, I sent an email with all the information about how to get ready for the class. And I know you used it because you learned, you practiced how to get into VDI, right? In that same email, I gave instructions on how to purchase using collegebuys.org. I can send the information out again, but if you can search for my first email, that's where all the information is. All right, I'll send another one today. Maybe make a note to tell people again how to buy this stuff. I've made a note. Okay, so Dorothy, want to share your screen and let's go find your files?
I found my files. They were in the wrong folder.
Okay.
Thank you.
By Vince. Okay, so you found them, so you're able to do the work. So then,
No, but when I got to the this file, I have this funny looking.
go ahead and share your screen and let's see what's happening.
Okay, where?
By the way, Moni, did you make those hedgehogs that are behind you?
Yeah, I did that in one of your classes.
Love it. Yeah, they look familiar, but I couldn't tell. Remind
Yeah.
me next week, so I'll tell people, because it's nice when people get to see things that, you know, I'm gonna stop the recording right now.